Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Can I get a thumbs up at least from someone? LJ Google, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Victor Smith. I'm Commissioner Darcy Houck's Deputy Chief of Staff and Advisor. I'll be kicking off this workshop, just giving us some brief housekeeping before starting. First, I'd like to let everyone know that Carlos Jennings from Communications Division will be operating the slide deck and will be advancing slides. So please let him know as you'd like to advance the slides. Carlos, can you move forward? So I'm also going to give a brief rundown of the agenda before throwing to Commissioner Houck for opening remarks. So we're going to start with opening remarks from Commissioner Houck. Then we'll move to session number 1 on customer service metrics, which will be moderated by ALJ Gogola. We'll have a brief break around 11:15, returning at 11:30 for a presentation on the Cal OES wireless community isolation outages presented by Cal OES. Thank you for attending here. And then we'll go to a lunch break around noon, coming back with session number 2 on outage metrics, which will also feature a community panel. At that point, we'll have another brief break at 2:30, coming back around 2:45. And then we'll finish with session number 3, which is again on outage metrics featuring industry key performance indicators. And then we'll end with closing remarks. With that, Carlos, can you go to the next slide, please? With that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Houck for opening remarks.
Thanks, Victor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are here, as you know, to discuss wireless service quality. This rulemaking was established to determine whether the communication service quality regulations established last year under General Order 133E should be extended to wireless service providers, and what modifications, if any, should be made specific to wireless service to ensure that the service is both available and reliable in California. Today, we're going to hear from parties to the proceeding, including advocates, carriers. We're also going to hear from local and tribal representatives regarding current wireless service quality. The first session is going to cover whether last year's General Order 133E customer service metrics should be applied to wireless service. And before the second session, we'll have a presentation from the California Office of Emergency Services, or Cal OES, who will provide data on community isolation, information about the community isolation outages. The second panel is going to discuss wireless outages, and we'll have participation from elected officials, local elected officials, tribal community representatives, and first responders, and they're going to discuss any challenges that their communities are experiencing regarding outages. The third panel is going to continue the discussion on outages, and will cover industry key performance indicators related to wireless outages. So with the telecommunications market's ongoing shift from wireline to wireless as a primary method of communication, we are considering here how best to ensure that communication service quality requirements are met and ensure that all Californians can access and use high quality communication services. As we develop the record for this proceeding, it is important to remember that communication services are essential services for Californians. Network performance is critical to ensure that Californians can connect to emergency services in times of need. And so just in closing, I want to thank everyone for joining us today. I want to especially recognize today's panelists and presenters for all of their time, work that's been invested into the workshop. I want to thank our Communications Division staff for organizing today's event. There's a lot of good, important information. I'm really looking forward to hearing from everyone today about the issues presented and whether and where we should be incorporating these standards. I also want to thank Judge Glagola for all of his work in the prior proceeding, as well as his work in facilitating this proceeding and his participation in today's workshop. I want to thank my advisors, Victor Smith and Caleb Jones, for all of their work. and especially to our IT folks, to Joseph Haga for helping to set up the virtual workshop. And again, I'm really looking forward to hearing from everyone today, and we'll turn it over to Judge Glagola, who will be moderating today's first panel.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck. Mr. Haga, before we continue, could you please make sure, could you do a test for Itzel Hayward to make sure that she's able to participate? I believe their hand was raised too, but a raised hand might help as well.
Okay, so Itzel Hayward is in the attendee group. Shall I move them to panelist?
Yes, please.
And good morning, Itzel Hayward. I have moved you to the panelist group if you'd like to enable your mic and camera for a quick check.
Hello, this is Itzel Hayward with SBUA, Small Business Utility Advocates.
Good morning. We hear you and see you clearly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And apologies for the mix-up there. As Commissioner Houck said, I'm Judge Tom Glagola. Good morning, everyone. Our first session is on wireless phone customer service metrics. The topics discussed are listed on the two slides we currently have up. So I don't want to repeat them because I want to give as much time to the panelists as possible. We do have two sets of panelists. One is representing consumer advocates. One is representing industry. Our consumer advocacy panelists are Itzel Hayward, representing the small business utility advocates, Madison Alcalay, representing the Commission's Public Advocates Office, Paul Goodman, representing the Center for Accessible Technology, and Regina Costa, representing the Utility Reform Network. If we could please start with the small business utility advocates.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Your Honor. Itzel Hayward, Regulatory Counsel for Small Business Utility Advocates. Thank you for inviting us to participate in today's workshop. Small Business Utility Advocates, or SBUA, represents California's small businesses, including those in ESJ and other underserved communities, all of which are increasingly relying on wireless to run their businesses. And SBUA supports extending the service quality standards of GO 133E to wireless with updates to ensure it adequately protects all ratepayers, including small business ratepayers. So first, and I think the next slide would be appropriate here. Thank you very much. Customer service metrics should account for the distinct needs of small businesses. So GO 133's customer service metrics weren't designed with the use of wireless by small businesses in mind. Small businesses depend on wireless for essential business operations. A 90 billing dispute resolution window, for example, could pose real hardship for a small business. Unlike large enterprises, small business owners typically don't have dedicated staff to manage billing disputes and must handle them individually, personally, diverting time and energy from running their business. So that's just one example of really looking at these rules with small businesses in mind. I'll just keep moving on to the next point. Enforcement standards should both incentivize compliance and also remedy harm to ratepayers. So GO 133E's enforcement mechanism is a general fund fine, which incentivizes compliance, but it doesn't remedy harm to ratepayers. So we're urging the Commission to also adopt enforcement mechanisms that remedy harm to ratepayers without burdening them. For example, automatic customer credits applied without requiring customers to request them. Small businesses often lack the time and resources to pursue credits on top of running their operations. So the burden of pursuing relief should not fall on the customer when the carrier is the one who failed to meet the standard. And then our third and final point on the slide, reporting requirements should promptly identify service quality disparities. So small businesses are located throughout California, including in ESJ communities, where they're often the backbone of the community. And the record before this commission already documents that ESJ communities have been persistently underserved by carriers with lower investment, higher trouble report rates, and slower infrastructure upgrades. And if those disparities extend to wireless customer service, the commission needs to know about them promptly so that they can be promptly remedied. And that requires disaggregating performance data in a way that GO 133E does not currently require. So to sum up, SBUA and its experts are available to engage further with commission staff, or to wrap up, I should say, and with the other parties on any of these issues as this proceeding progresses. So thank you very much for your work in ensuring that wireless service quality standards work for all Californians, including California's small businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could we next hear from the Public Advocate's Office?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this panel. My name is Madison Alcala, and I'm a regulatory analyst for the Public Advocate's Office. Today, I'll be speaking about the customer service metrics that should be applied for wireless providers. Next slide, please. I'll first start with the customer service standard definition, which previously was the answers time standard in GO 133D, and is renamed to the customer service standard to encompass both responding to and resolving customer inquiries. It has 5 performance metrics as listed on the screen. Next slide, please. The main question for this panel is, should the Commission approve the GO 133E customer service standard for wireless providers? And the Public Advocate's Office response is yes. The standard should be approved as shown in green on this table. There should be some standards that should be modified as shown in red on the table, and there should be one standard that's added as shown in yellow. I'll discuss the approved, modified, and additional standards in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So first I'll go over the standards that should be approved for wireless providers. And those are to maintain a telephone access line for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, provide a postal mail component for customer service inquiries, and to direct outage inquiries to the outage standard. These rules are consistent with federal regulations and allow customers to access providers in multiple different types of ways. I will note that for the last one of the directing outage inquiries to the outage standard, the Commission must adopt a wireless community isolation outage repair standard in order for this rule to be adopted and implemented. Next slide, please. Next, I'll go over the modifications to the GO 133E customer service standards that should be applied for wireless providers. The first of which, the wireless providers should still be required to have customer representatives answer 80% of customer calls within 60 seconds, but there should be an additional tier such that the customer representatives answer 95% of calls within 5 minutes. This is an important addition for wireless carriers as a matter of public safety, as wireless service needs to work everywhere in a provider service territory and not just in homes or for end users. This additional second calling tier would ensure that the 15 to 20% of customers who did not receive an answer by a customer representative within 60 seconds would still receive an answer within 5 minutes to address their issue and have the opportunity to talk with the customer representative. This addition to the metric will improve customer access to live personnel while minimizing the cost of service providers and ultimately the customers. The second issue that should be modified is regarding the billing issues. In GO 133E, the billing issues were resolved within 90 days. However, for wireless providers and for the new wireless rules, this should be changed to be resolved billing issues within 45 days. 90 days or 3 billing cycles is too long for a customer to wait for billing issues to be resolved, while 30 days might be too soon for a provider to resolve those issues. So 45 days can be the happy medium for both customers and providers. There should be a further rule within this that if the billing issues extend to 60 days or beyond, then the provider must make further attempts to resolve the issue with the customer and cannot send the customer to collection until the issue is resolved. Next slide, please. Finally, there should be one additional metric for the customer service standard for wireless providers, and this is to provide a chat component. The chat component should be provided on the carrier's website and app to reach those who cannot access voice services. This, again, is another important addition for wireless carriers. If a customer cannot access voice services due to a drop call or a dead zone or for any reason, that there are other methods to reach out to customer service representatives. It's also important to note that the chatbot and other automated response systems can provide general information, but do not replace a customer representative response. Therefore, the chatbot or the automated system must provide an option to speak to a live representative within 10 seconds of connection being made, as again, the chatbot does not replace a customer representative response. Overall, providing the chat component for wireless carriers who have a large population of customers will provide customers with another way to contact providers for any issues or questions, making it more accessible for customers, especially in today's day and age, where customers may prefer various ways to contact service providers. Next slide, please. Overall, these are the following 6 recommended performance metrics for the customer service standard for wireless providers. And they are to maintain a telephone access line for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, add an additional calling tier so that customer representatives answer 95% of calls within 5 minutes, provide a postal mail component for customer service inquiries, resolve billing issues within 45 days with additional requirements if extended to 60 days, direct outage inquiries to the outage standard as long as an outage standard is adopted, and provide a chat component on the carrier's webpage and app to reach those who cannot access voice services. Next slide, please. To enforce the customer service standard, the Commission should adopt the general funds fine for noncompliance that was adopted in GO 133E, and this is calculated by using the number of access lines multiplied by $5, multiplied by 10%, and multiplied by the number of days noncompliant over 365. The customer service standard fine should be applied regardless of the type of service provided and should be consistent with what was developed in GO 133E. The Commission should adopt this fine mechanism for wireless providers and apply when the providers do not meet the customer service standard performance metrics. Next slide, please. To conclude, Cal Advocates recommends the Commission adopt GO 133E customer service standard metrics with the modifications discussed and adopt the GO 133E customer service standard fine mechanisms for wireless providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panelist is from the Center for Accessible Technology.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Goodman with the Center for Accessible Technology. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. If we could go to the next slide, please. I wanted to start to make some general observations. I do appreciate that we have a proceeding where we're focusing specifically on wireless service, because I think there are some significant differences in how wireless service is provisioned and marketed. I think will be a little more relevant in panel 3, but I think I have a little bit to talk about them here. The first thing I really want to point out is the Commission's service quality requirements are least effort metrics. Providers always sort of go, yay, we met the minimum service standards. Aren't we great? Look at that. That means they're basically trying to do the bare minimum required of them. And they're really an indicator that a provider is putting minimal effort into service quality. The second is that averages and percentages at high levels don't measure issues, they hide issues. For example, you hear a lot of providers talking about, oh, we have 98.9% coverage, but that may be all and good, but we don't know enough about those areas that don't have sufficient coverage. we don't know, for example, when there are outages, even if the the network is down 1% of the time, that 1% of the time may occur in the same location to the same customers over and over and over again. So we need more granular data. And then my last point about averages is there's a large number of customers that never need to call customer service. This doesn't mean that our success in providing service to those customers means we don't need to address the needs of other customers. And just as a function of math, 50% of customers receive service quality that's below average, which I think is important to keep in mind. I think, at least from C4AT's perspective, on a customer perspective, the reason for a service quality problem, no matter who causes it, is broadly irrelevant, because we're not here to point fingers or to even in a certain sense look at root causes. What we want to make sure is that people have access to service, they have access to customer service, and they can have expectations about the kind of service they're going to receive. And the last little general observation I'll note is based on my review of the providers' slide decks, there is, I'll either say, equivocation or lack of consensus about the meaning of the term service quality. It appears that providers view service quality as measured by what kind of service quality customers want or what kind of service quality they buy, whereas to the Commission, it's really about what is a minimum standard of service that customers need to be able to meet their communications needs, which are two very different things. I know I'm a vocabulary nerd, but I think we need to get some common understanding about that. Next slide, please. In terms of the customer service line requirement, postal mail component, I think we agree with Cal Advocates that both of those are good metrics. However, I think we do need to emphasize that those communications have to be in accessible formats, that provider web pages have to be compatible with accessibility guidelines, which are basically guidelines that make it easier for folks with visual impairments to read, or folks who may not be able to read the website at all. If they use a screen reader, the screen reader will work in the way it's expected to work. Additionally, providers need to hire and train customer service representatives who specialize in assisting individuals with disabilities, and they should be available 24/7. That's really important because there is no customer service script or chatbot that can address the specific need of a person with a specific disability or disabilities. And then finally, the customer service line and postal mail component has to be available in language for customers who prefer to communicate in a language other than English. Next slide, please. I'll admit I've always been a little bewildered by the customer response time metric, because I mean, all this is someone picks up the phone and says hello. And I think the 80% of customer calls within 60 seconds, 60 seconds is a pretty long time when you're waiting for someone to pick up the phone, but its current design has some problems. One such problem is that if a call doesn't meet that metric, at second 61, the provider has no incentive to be responsive after that, because they've fallen into the 20% bucket, and that person could wait 65 seconds, an hour, or never. And so I think the metric could benefit by having more data about how long it took that 20% of customer calls to be answered. The other thing that I think would really help is this metric doesn't capture how often someone had to call customer service to get their calls resolved. So I think it'd be useful to have a metric that basically says, hey, here's how many customers had to call more than one time every 2 weeks, more than one time every month, or more than one time every 3 months, because then we begin to capture those folks who call, don't get their issue resolved, call again, still don't get their issue resolved. And I believe there have been a couple instances recently where providers have taken months to not address service quality issues or service outages while continuing to bill those customers. Next slide, please. Finally, when addressing the fine mechanism, one of the things that I think is frustrating from a customer standpoint is if you look at provider terms of service, they will talk about their revolutionary customer care and the fact that if your, say, phone service goes out for more than X hours and it affects more than X houses, you get a customer credit. But that's the end of the relief. It doesn't account for, well, what happens if I had a video doctor's appointment, or I was doing online education, if I'm a business that's relying on that service for people to call in or call out. Granted, I'm not sure how much the commission can actually do about that, but it's something to keep in mind. I apologize for my next section, which involves math, which I'll admit I am not very good at, so I hope I got all these numbers right. But just looking at the current fine mechanism, I did some back of the envelope math. I used what we understand Verizon's number of California customers to be, and if we applied a fine based on a single day of meeting failing to meet one of the service metrics, it would come out to about $6,300 compared to Verizon's $370,000 in daily revenue from California customers. That's just not enough. So as we have in the past, C4AT is recommending escalating fines. So over the course of a month, for each day that a provider fails to meet that customer service metric, the fine would double. And I have an overly fancy formula there if anyone would like to poke about that, where basically X is the base fine, N is the number of days the provider was out of compliance, and that will mean providers who continually fail to meet the metrics or have a really serious problem meeting the metrics would have to pay a much heftier fine, and it would get much worse as times go on. Could I have my last slide, please? Finally, I think it's important that we include both a fine component and a customer credit component because they serve two different functions. Fines are a penalty. They're meant to incentivize providers to meet the minimum standards of service quality. I apologize for the poor way I wrote that in my first bullet point. Whereas refunds and customer credits are meant to make customers whole when they fail to receive adequate customer service. I would also add they're meant to make sure that providers don't get paid for service they did not provide. So the Commission's wireless service quality standards, as with all the other wireless service quality standards we address, should require both general fund fines and automatic customer credits. That is all I have. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And our last panelist is from Turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Regina Costa from Turn. I'm the Telecom Policy Director. Thank you, Your Honor and Commissioner Houck, for the opportunity to speak today. I won't replow old ground and will just say that Turn generally supports the proposed customer service standard with the modifications suggested by Cal Advocates, by C4AT, and we also recognize the importance of understanding the impacts of service quality outages on different groups, including small businesses. We echo the comments of Center for Accessible Technology and Cal Advocates about the importance of being able to promptly reach a live customer service representative. What we don't want is for a situation for, say, a chatbot to subject someone to a never-ending loop of AI. This is especially the case in situations where a customer can't use the internet effectively, or where the signal at a customer's house or business is so poor that the customer has to drive to a location with a better signal to even contact customer service. And I have a couple of recent examples of this pertaining to one of the big three carriers. This is a quote: a 15-minute call where for the bulk of the call, I was on hold while a Brahma was supposedly looking into my question, which was, what is the access number? It came back with a gibberish sequence that does nothing. To experience this call, I had to leave my number to be called back 136 minutes later. I was put on hold by the new call to me. I am 3 hours into this troubleshooting now and nowhere better. And from a public participation hearing, a speaker from Lancaster, he's been a customer for over 20 years. In my neighborhood, I only get one bar. I can get one bar inside of the house, but if I'm going to a meeting with the public like I'm doing tonight, I go inside my car to a different part of the city to get 2 or 3 bars, which is unfortunate. When you call customer service, you are basically put on hold for 45 minutes to an hour, or you get a dropped call after waiting for 30 minutes. So while the proposed rules are a good start, we agree with Cal Advocates that there has to be a way for a customer to promptly reach a live customer service representative. You should not have to sit in your car for 2 hours waiting for a call back or another bot to send you around the corner again. Can we move to the next slide, please? There needs to be clarification about one of the criteria for the customer service standards. It states that outage-related inquiries must be directed to the appropriate standards, and that is not clear to us what exactly that means. How would it be directed? By whom? Are there any criteria for sending this somewhere? That needs to be clarified. The second point is limiting the reporting of customer service outages to outages that are only associated with wireless community isolation outages is just not sufficient. There are many outages that affect maybe a smaller area of a community that do not rise to the level of a wireless community isolation outage under the Cal OES rules. That has to be something like 25% of customers or a service area within a zip code. It's not really even clear what that means. But say you have a community in a zip code of 5,000 and you have 500 people who report terrible service or our service is out, that does not hit the level of a community isolation outage. So those outages should be reported and recorded by the commission in some manner. And one suggestion that we have for this is that a requirement for the carriers subject to these rules be required to provide every customer who calls them with a problem, with a complaint, to give them the number for the Commission's Consumer Affairs Bureau and what other contact information is relevant that you deem relevant, so that a customer has the opportunity to also report that to the CAB. That way, you have a record that something has happened. You have a record of what it is. You have a record of where it's located, and you can use this information to provide yourself with a much better picture of what the situation is. Can we move to the next slide, please? One really important example of service quality reporting is the ability to generate data that allows the commission to identify problems. And some of those, one approach to this might be when the staff reviews the service quality data, refer to also the data collected by CAB. And I'm looking around here to find my examples and I'm not seeing them, but there are situations that would tell you important information, such as there are many reports in the transcripts for public participation hearings of elders and elder caregivers who had difficulty navigating consumer questions and contacting the carriers to get responses. It would tell you probably, have those people had an inordinate amount of problems? You could use that to sort demographics. You could use it to sort regions. You could use it to identify whether or not, say, people in tribal areas, people in areas with lower incomes, people in areas with lower signal quality, do those people have more difficulty navigating customer service than others? And also things like, do people who have older handsets using older plans, are they more subject to hard sell? You call customer service to report a problem with your service or to ask a question about a bill, and most of the call is taken up by a customer service representative trying to sell you something more that also involves a new contract and a new phone. So we think that as a matter of practice, when you are analyzing the data that you receive from the service quality reports, that it could be compared to data received by the Consumer Affairs Bureau. It would enrich your understanding of wireless service quality and possibly provide information that might be useful for further action. That is all I have, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank all of our panelists. So we do have some time for questions until about 10:30. And before I ask some others, I have a couple questions, and I want to start with so one of the data points that I've seen in filings in this proceeding is the American Customer Satisfaction Index. And in that index, wireless carriers regularly score in the low to mid 70s for call center satisfaction. So basically a C. And if you were to look at other industries, I decided to do that yesterday. I can say PG&E scores in the high 60s. The federal government now scores above 70. The airline industry scores in the 70s. Is there other data that that identifies issues like this? And I'll start with Turn.
Your Honor, I don't know the answer to that question at this moment.
Okay.
We might know by
Okay.
the time it's due, comments are due.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Hayward, do you have any response to this question?
I'm not sure that I have that data either, but I just want to be clear. You're asking for customer service. I mean, sorry, customer
Yes.
satisfaction data.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I don't at this time, but I'm happy to look into that.
Okay. Mr. Goodman?
I believe there is some data specifically in the disability sphere. I'm happy to track that down and provide it if that would be helpful.
Okay. And Ms. Alkley, I believe that this comes from Cal Advocates. So that's my recollection, at least.
I would have to look into it more and would be happy to follow up with it.
Okay, thanks for that. So second question is I want to discuss a little bit more about the issue that was raised of customers being on the phone for a long time, while at the same time looking at the cost of compliance. We previously proposed a standard of 90% of all calls being answered by a live agent within 60 seconds, and later on 80% of all calls. And all three of the wireless carriers have said that compliance with either standard will be very expensive. but it appears that the issue isn't the percent so much as when the clock starts. Some have stated that the cost to comply goes down considerably if the 60-second answer time requirement begins after a customer requests a live agent instead of immediately at the time of the call. And one estimate that I read was, I mean, we're talking dramatically, a dramatic difference, maybe even more than 20 times. If the call answer standard is 80 or 90% of calls answered by a live agent within 60 seconds of the caller requesting a live agent, is that reasonable? And I'll start with Ms. Hayward.
I think as long as it's clear that the customer can ask and that when they ask, they will get a hold of somebody, I'm fine with that. But oftentimes you're sent into these, loops where it's not even clear how to ask. Can I ask? In that case, I don't think that 60 seconds would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Alcalay.
I think I would agree that the once 60 seconds starts, as long as it's not going into a loop of going into kind of like the same sense of like a chat bot of like having that same conversation over until you get to the live standard. So in that sense, agreed with Ms. Hayward, but I also believe that it should be on the higher end, not the 80%, because we still want to account for the 20% of customers who wouldn't have access. So if that rule were to be adopted, we would recommend being the 90%.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman?
I do agree with Ms. Hayward that, yeah, you should not have to know the magic words or have learned the magic words somewhere to be able to get to a live agent. I think sometimes those systems make it very difficult to do so. I'll also note this morning I was just doing a little poking around provider websites and looking at the AI chatbots. And on at least one of them, it was very interesting because the chatbot asked me if I was an existing or new customer. If I was an existing customer, I got a lot of rigmarole. If I was a new customer, it says, we have a live sales agent who's willing to talk to you right now. Would you like to talk to them? So one of my big concerns is about how companies are prioritizing customer service calls. We know in past that wireless companies specifically have had kind of tiered customer service where if you bought their lowest prepaid plan, you could get customer service on the website, but you couldn't talk to a live agent. And then the next highest up plan got you a little more access. The next higher up plan got a little bit more access. I think the 24/7 phone requirement would probably solve that sort of problem. But I suspect that, especially with providers shift to AI, they're going to prioritize more lucrative customers, putting them in the customer service queue, and that may create some real problems for other folks they don't see as important as customers. I hope that made sense.
Ms. Costa, do you have anything to add?
I don't really have anything to add to what the others have said. This is it's an interesting proposal. As you can imagine, we're rather skeptical of whether or not the wireless carriers would actually live up to the requirement. And it's something that we would have to give some serious thought to. Also working through the different types of scenarios. The problem here is that to the extent that these companies are the sole provider of a service, if a customer has to struggle to report a problem, let alone talk to someone who can help them solve it, that's not viable. And that's not, a way of ensuring that everyone has reliable service. And I need to just stop there.
Thank you. Commissioner Houck, do you have any questions for our panelists? And you're on mute, Commissioner Houck.
Sorry, I was double muted. I don't have any specific questions right now, but after the next panel, I don't know if there's an opportunity to open it up to all panelists if there's a general question to everyone.
There might be time. We can see about that. Mr. Smith, do you have any questions?
I do not at this time.
Okay, great. Okay, well, we've actually managed to finish just a little bit early. So why don't we move to our industry panel representatives? Representing AT&T is Stanley Vigil and Andy Umania. Representing T-Mobile is John Consalvo and Leon Bloomfield. And representing Verizon is Connie Chaffins and Barry Carlson. Could we, the questions are already in the PowerPoint slides, so I'm not going to read them, but could we start with AT&T's presentation, please?
Your Honor, Stanley Vigil is going to be speaking for AT&T. I'm not sure if, Stanley, are you on? Stanley, Mr. Vigil's just contacted me, Your Honor, and he just needs a moment to.
Okay, great. Well, we were no worries, and we were we were starting. I am looking to start 15 minutes early. I recognize that, so that's so. But we can wait a couple of minutes. It's not a big deal. I do see Stanley Vigil is now here. Mr. Haga, would you please just check with and confirm that Mr. Vigil is that we can hear him?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can.
Great, thank you. I had to switch to my phone audio. Apologies on that.
So, sorry for that too, and we sorry for trying to move 15 minutes early. That was just, we happened to not have nearly as many questions. So
not a problem.
But if you're willing to start, please continue.
Yes, I will start now. Thank you. Appreciate it. Give me just a moment to pull up my slides. Let me do a quick introduction about who I am first before we get into what my team does and how we think about it. What's our current stance on the question at hand? My name is Stanley Vigil, and I'm the Director of Care Strategy and Advanced Analytics for AT&T. We support all of consumer care. I have been with this company for over 12 years now in my current role and capacity, and in telecommunications overall for 27 years, essentially doing similar work to what I'm doing today. My formal education is in business administration and electrical engineering, and outside of undergraduate work, I've continued to complete various courses and trainings and certifications that are relevant to the job and domain that I currently support. One example is certification as a CX practitioner. And to give a little bit about my team's responsibilities within AT&T are not limited to, but do include the implementation and evolution of customer care metrics and experience standards. We inform annual targets and goal settings, while we also develop near and long-term strategies and the direction which we believe this space is heading towards, so we can be best suited to meet customers on their terms. Our primary objective today at AT&T is to really lead in customer service industry. We feel extremely strongly about this, and to that end, I'll go into my first slide, please. I will say that at AT&T, this is a holistic from the CEO down to our frontline employees, but our number one rule is it starts with the customer. The reason why all of us are here is because they exist, and being in service of them, it is expensive at this point in its highly competitive landscape to attract new customers. It's even more important that we continue to lean on our customer service. Just to give you a point of reference, the amount of investment AT&T has been doing in the customer service space over the last 6 years is almost upwards of $1 billion. So we'll get into any specifics of how we deploy this, but it is not something that we take lightly. In fact, it's not about the network or the price point. Every competitor is essentially doing things very similarly to attract customer to join them. But we believe that the customer service space is the most untapped area where we can continue to differentiate. Just one stat to leave you with, based on our research and the work we do, it is the number one reasons why people just choose to leave you. We share some of the sentiments that were presented earlier for some of the panelists. An example would be, you don't call customer service to tell us things are working well. You call customer service because something has gone wrong and you need help. Prioritizing that help and giving you the best means, while things that we're doing today may look like they're a way to avoid speaking to customers, it's actually the opposite. It's trying to give customers direct access and simpler means without having to go through more hurdles. In fact, I would ask you as I speak here today, think about people in your own relationship and in your own lives. If you've not spoken to them in a while, it's a little bit of out of sight, out of mind. We value when customers take time to reach out to us. It is our goal to remind them why they're our customer, and by making sure we don't let them down when things go south on their service. Our process and the way we evolve the metrics and the experiences that we do within AT&T is really based on a four-pronged approach. I'll walk you through each one of these at a very high level, but everything starts with data. We use a myriad of quantitative analysis and qualitative research. I staff a team of data scientists who do predictive and diagnostic modeling. We want to understand the entire end-to-end customer experience, and well, how long it takes for someone to say, hello, how can I help you, is important. It is a very, very small piece in that end-to-end relationship. In fact, we do constant evaluations with our customers to ask them, what is the most important thing we can do today to make sure we honor our commitments to you? And I can tell you candidly, without any doubt, it is resolution. The time we take to actually provide you the solution you need is 10 times more valuable to the customer than how quickly we pick up the phone. We know this because the qualitative research we do simulations and studies. We test various scenarios before we move into a full production environment. And in many cases, and this is the other piece that I would also counter from what's being read out today, they agree with what I think it was Paul Goodman mentioned. Averages do lie to you. In fact, at AT&T, we de-average the averages. Customer service is not a one-size-fits-most model. It's not been that way for several years now. In fact, we look at a very tailored, personalized, one-to-one experience, and we try to meet customers on the way in which they do, and they need us to. And in some cases, that's based on the preferences they've set. It's based on their interaction. It's based on their sensitivity and need to urgent help versus getting general support. And not all metrics are created equal, and therefore they shouldn't be treated as such. Things are going to be very dynamic and fluid within the customer service space. And we've been constructing an environment that allows us to meet the customer based on the moment in the situation that they need. This data and this research then feeds into our balanced scorecard. At AT&T, from the frontline employee to the senior vice president and senior executive within AT&T, we have a very simple what matters most for all areas of the customer experience. And it's not things that would be considered traditional important. I think a lot of times there's a perception that our company is looking to find ways to avoid speaking to customers, and I've stated we do not do that. Our focus is on the customer experience and the reputation that we leave behind, how they evaluate us in the marketplace. It doesn't matter what metric we devise that we think we're doing a good job. It ultimately matters how customers show and demonstrate that. And the way we know that this is a proof point is because we can attribute how much churn comes from poor customer experience. And that threshold for not being able to get easy and simple service, and it has a limit on how much you'll tolerate. We know where we stand within our customers' ability to tolerate some of the delays or things that happen with service recovery. Some things are out of the hands of our call takers, and they tend to fit within the network. Our engineering teams and our field technicians, if it's a wireline product or if it's a wireless product. But this scorecard guides us. It helps us evaluate what's the most important thing that we need to holistically be paying attention to. And it is constantly evaluated and proactively adjusted. The third thing that we do, and in some cases, you have to look outside your own four walls. We look at the overall industry benchmark, not just within the telecom space, but overall consumer, and not just within the US, but globally. Another analogy I'll give you is if you think about Netflix and what they've done for entertainment and streaming, nobody knew about streaming before they invented it. Same thing exists in customer service. Whoever does the next thing sets the new standard. It's no longer these traditional practices of having legacy KPIs for running contact centers. It's really now about an end-to-end customer journey, which is a living and breathing thing. So the independent research that we conduct in the benchmarking allows us to understand if we are keeping up with the average or if we're moving into more of a pace setting and driving a new standard for the industry. And that leads us to my last point, which is AT&T is so strongly believing in this mantra that we have set up a wireless and a wireline guarantee for our customers. And part of that is a customer service component. We care so much that we're willing to stand by it officially. And we continue to evaluate ways that we can add customer care components into this. I know that there's looming concerns on what can happen next, especially in the realm of agentic, but AT&T has been a 150-year company within the US. One of the biggest skills and talents that we have is that we staff and employ Americans. In fact, we'll continue to make sure that our customers get help locally, not just California customers, but customers across the entire US. We continue to deploy and staff and scale up our employees to meet the dynamic needs of our customers' use. And in many cases, that is gravitating towards internet. While wireless is still a factor, it's no longer about phone calls. It's about having access to the emails, your work, your important information that you do to run your life. Thank you. Oh, next slide, please. I'll leave you with this, and the way that you know that we are continuing to really lean into this space. If we go back to the 1960s when customer service was very nascent and very new, call centers were first being stood up, the experience standards were very simple and very basic. And in that case, maybe it was about how fast you picked up the phone. But because of this hyper-competitive landscape we're in, it continues to shift literally by the day. So having a dynamic model that allows us to match that is really where we're heading towards. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our panelists from T-Mobile.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Honor. My name is John Consalvo. I'm glad to be here this morning, and thank you for the invitation. I'm a Senior Director of Customer Experience for T-Mobile. I've been with, and I'll just give you a brief introduction. I've been with T-Mobile. I've just been in T-Mobile more than 25 years, and in that entire 25 years, I've been a part of customer experience, whether it's as a frontline representative or many, many different roles along the way into the role that I'm in now, where I'm over designing strategy and planning for our customer experience. And today, my responsibilities include evaluating and improving those experiences, reducing customer effort, and designing operational strategies that help customers get the assistance they need at a very high level. This work takes place in a very highly competitive marketplace, and it's something that I'm very passionate about. I'll just throw out there that just, last week I was on PTO and Verizon went ahead and put their simplicity plan out there, and my PTO is out. It was immediately, let's jump right in there and figure out what they did and how do we combat that and make sure that we're there for our customers. The main things that drive us is, we hear the term customer satisfaction, but it's really, to the point where will customers recommend us? Do they want to be a part of what we're doing today? That's critical. So I think that the comment was made earlier that carriers are looking to just meet the bare minimum requirements. And I can just tell you from T-Mobile standpoint, that is not the case. And that's been evident with the ongoing awards, 15 plus consecutive from JD Power, and where HarrisX currently rates our relationship NPS, which is currently near 50. To put that in perspective, companies that we aspire to close the gap on and be like USAA, Disney, Amazon, Apple, their relationship NPS starts around 55 and 60. And so just going towards that area, that's an area where just the entire wireless industry was nowhere near several years ago. And so it's critical for me and my team and T-Mobile as a whole, as customer experience is a central pillar of who we are, that we continue to drive a customer experience. As I mentioned, it's a highly competitive marketplace. Customers, this is their lifeline, right? This thing has to work. This is, everything to a customer. And so customers have options, they have choices, and we do everything we can to make sure that we provide them with the best service so they stay with us, so they're happy with us, and that they're willing to recommend us to their friends and family and build something beyond there. So that's where I'll start. What I want to cover today is on this slide, and then we'll go through it. But some of the things that we're doing right now and we've been doing on the road to doing over the past few years is building innovation, meeting the customers where they are, right? No longer can we just be, can we just have a channel where customers, either write in or receive calls, or either they call in. They have to be able to reach us however they want. So some customers will, in today's world, will want to, contact us for many different reasons, right? And so we have priority routing, omni-channel support. We're leveraging some of the new AI tools that are out. And we also have a virtual hold capability, which we'll go into. Additionally, we'll go through some of the things, how we prioritize customer service quality. It's a non-exhaustive list, but this is the core of it, right? We'll have centralized, specialized expert teams, smart routing, flexible staffing models. And we also have key performance indicators. We'll go through some core ones for the purposes of the ask here. But I like anything else, like everything we do is focused on data and what the customer is telling us. And that's how we build our program. So we can go to the next slide, please. So innovation, meeting the customers where they are. I'll go through some examples of what we've done and what's in place now. And just letting you know that 5 years ago, this wouldn't have been, some of this would have been in place, but not all. 5 years from now, this will probably change to go even more because we're highly competitive, because customer experience is critical to us. But we'll start at the top. Priority routing. So we have a very sophisticated routing system. And one of the things that's important for us is disaster response. So for example, if a disaster that's major is out there, we've designed a routing system that allows customers to what I would call skip the line, right? So I'll use the LA wildfires as an example. When that happened, there was a lot of volume that was coming in. Customers, couldn't connect, they couldn't find loved ones, and they were reaching out to us. We couldn't just have a first in, first out model. It was, hey, this is critical. Make any customer that's calling in from California in general, put them to the front of the line. So any of our call centers around the U.S. and our service partner support, those customers would call in. They'd get immediate service. Some of those customers might have been just calling about how do I use my phone in unaffected areas, but we didn't know, and we couldn't take that chance. We wanted to make sure that anyone that was calling from California moved to the top of the line. We've done the same thing with storms in Tampa and in Texas, and just some of the areas where it's just been massive disaster areas. And that's enabled us to leverage our priority routing, has enabled us to service customers in similar ways in other areas as well. I would also call out that we have a virtual hold. So when customers do call in, if there's a longer wait time, if it's more than a few minutes, we tell you up front, and we give you the option. Say, we can contact you back. As soon as an available representative frees up. And I can tell you that we're continuing to work on refining that to get to a place where that's completely tailored to the customer. But right now, that's what we have in place. You heard me talk about omni-channel access. Some of our customers, they don't want to talk to a representative. Some of them would rather chat. Some of them don't want to chat at all. Or with a human. They'd rather just deal with a bot. We hear that. So we've implemented that. There are other customers that if it's not on social media, they don't want to hear about it. And so they only want to deal with us through social media channels, or they just want to do self-service themselves. And they tell us what they want in our T-Life app. And we do what we can to make sure that that's implemented and that continues to improve over time. And then there's other customers that just want to deal with it in the IVR. You know what? I want to call and make a payment. I don't need to talk to anybody. Maybe just hit one, put my payment in there, and be done with it. And so it's important for us to make sure that we have those channels for our customers and try to meet them where they are. In any industry, customer experience is not perfect right now, but I can assure you we are doing everything we can to get there, and we strive to get there in this model. And then I would also add in AI-powered predictive routing, which ties a little bit into the front piece, where we're getting to a place to where, based on customer attributes, based on their account history, we're able to ensure that the right customer is landing with the right expert much, if not all the time. And that's our goal, is to get it to be to all the time. The last thing we want to do is for a customer to take the time to contact us and someone answer the phone and say, I can't resolve that for you. Hold on, let me transfer. I want to make sure that the customer is calling in, the person that answers the call can resolve that call. And I will tell you that not every call is the same. So there was an example earlier that said, and I understand it because I would say it too, if I were, understanding this, but that when sometimes you may call in and it will say for sales, go one, we have a sales representative waiting for you right now. For service, it's different. That is true. And the reason being, for us anyway, I can't speak for anyone else, is customers are calling about a lot of different things. And so it's not a situation where a customer is just calling in, can you explain my rate plan? Oftentimes customers are calling in, can you explain my rate plan? Can you walk me through my bill? I'm going, I understand my bill, but I'm going through some hardship right now. Is there anything you can do there? I just got a new device. Can you help me troubleshoot on this device? I really don't know how to use it. And then we have more complex, situations now that weren't ever in wireless before, where you have internet, high-speed internet, fiber troubleshooting, which is more advanced. And all my years in wireless customer experience, I never thought we would hear a common call where customers would call in and say, hey, I have the router for the internet that you set up, but it's interfering with my smart fridge. Can you help me troubleshoot my smart fridge to make sure that it works with my gaming system and my wireless system? These are the type of call types that come in all the time, not to mention the ongoing competitive landscape, which drives customers to call in about the latest Verizon plan or the latest AT&T plan or some of the other carriers that's out there. The right person, making sure the right expert is available for the customer is critical. And just having them land with a random person to answer that call puts the customer in a rough space, and I don't ever want to do that. So let's go to the next slide, please. So I won't go through this whole thing. This is just basically as I mentioned, a non-exhaustive list, but we have specialized expert teams that focus on general billing and onboarding, technical care, chat support, Spanish language support, social media care, retention and advanced care, and some others as well. This is to make sure, again, for all those reasons that customers do call in, that we're able to get them to the right place the first time. We don't want them transferred around. That's a big part of what we do. And then I would also call out, for us, right? First call resolution is primary for us. If you're going to contact us in the first place, I want to make sure you don't have to contact us again. We want to make sure that our customer experience model is built on a big part of it, and we'll go through it just on the next slide, is customers will tell us how long they're willing to wait. They will say through NPS, through some of the other internal metrics that we have, they'll tell us how long it's going to take before they're pretty upset. And so we actually build our entire staffing model based on what they tell us, which has allowed us the accolades and the continuing improvement from a customer service standpoint. We do have live agents available 4 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. Our 800 number is 24/7, where customers can go ahead. They can do self-service, but we do have live agents available, from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific. And then at the same time, our experts or our agents, we're constantly providing, ongoing training on products, communication, and how to stay ahead of the curve to provide our customers the best experience in the world. We go to the next slide, please. And then I'll just call these out. I won't spend a lot of time here, but there was a lot of talk so far about 80% of the time answered within 60 seconds. For me personally, I look at 60 seconds is somewhat arbitrary, although I understand what we're trying to do. In that, for us, our customers might tell us a different time is more suitable for them. And so what we find is that, the answering the phone fast does not guarantee a high NPS. And, a net promoter score is when a customer is going to recommend you to someone else. They tell us, hey, we're really happy. Not only do you resolve my issue, but we want to stay here and we're going to recommend you. That is a big deal for us. And so we look at the NPS, that's a high mark for us. And so if we see NPS is going well, we feel like we're in a good space. At the same time, you can't get a good NPS with very high wait times. But you can have very low wait times and have very low NPS, because it all comes down to the experience the customer has on the phone. It all comes down to can that person resolve the issue and take care of the customer's needs. Go to the next slide. And then I'll close here, because I know this was part of it too. Again, I'm a customer experience expert. I am not a legal expert or someone that's ever worked in anything regulatory. But here's what I can tell you is, if we got to a place to where we said for California, we had to do 80% within 60 seconds, I couldn't just do that in California, because eventually, you know how this works. Texas, Florida, New York, eventually it becomes a one size fits all. So then it's like, what? It becomes like Jenga, in that I can't do one thing for one state and not the other. So if I'm doing something for one state, I would have to build, that for the entire customer base. And I would tell you that there would be considerable cost there. At the same time, we likely would not get better experience for the customer. It would put us in a place to where I may have somebody answer the phone faster, but it doesn't mean that that person, because of cost, will be able to do all the things that our experts can do today. And so that's where I would say I'd want to make sure that I can still provide every customer in every state with the very best experience, always improving, trying to get to a place to where we're not just the best in wireless, but we're the best in the world. And so I can only do that if I can take care of my entire base, not necessarily segment it out state by state. Um, and then uh, and then for us, the major part of the cost would be the number of FTE that we have, right? And there's also an IT component as well, but FTE would be the biggest thing. So if we're told, hey, for any amount, whether it's 80% at 60 seconds or what have you, that we had to meet that all the time, and knowing that we're going to have, we're going to have wildfires, we're going to have hurricanes, we're going to have major NPI, launch events, or new phone device launch events. Our biggest call volume day in history was simply based on somebody saying in TikTok, T-Mobile is going to change your plans, which that was never true, but they were a massive follower and it drove huge volume. I can staff based on really strong forecasting and smart forecasting, and to make sure that I'm there. Our reps are there for our customers. But if we have to do everything based on answering the phone really fast, then that may force me to go to a place to where it's like, we'll have to go to, we may have to go to more offshore. We may have to do things that we don't necessarily want to do today. We want to provide the best experience in the world for our customers. And so I would say, based on our proven track record, based on how we are improving, which is public year after year, all the awards that we continue to get, the entire sector is growing. I think, we have, two, if not almost everybody is in the 40 plus area or getting towards that place in the Harris X MPS. That was just never the case years ago. So it's competitive. The wireless market is getting, the wireless sector is getting better from a customer experience standpoint. And I would just say, if we were told to go down to 80% at 60 seconds, or again, any amount, that could put pressure on us from a cost standpoint. That would force us to maybe change our model, and that would put more pressure on the customer, and I would never want to do that. So I know I spoke a lot. I went well past my 10 minutes, but I appreciate the time, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, but not least, is our panelist from Verizon.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Connie Chaffins, and I am excited to share with you a little bit about my role at Verizon, because I think it's really germane to the topic that we're discussing today. So I own channel experience for the customer service team, and I believe that I stand at the apex of what we can do and what we should do. And so we've heard a lot today about, and it's all good. It's all true, right? AI is amazing. And the things that we can do with AI is amazing. And chatbots and voice bots are getting so good that even industry people are having a hard time. Seasoned customer service reps are having a hard time differentiating the two. But I came into this role with 20 years of experience at Verizon and an additional 15 or so in the telecom business at large. And so I feel very privileged to be in the position where I get to align our values with our technology and our capabilities, because what I'm hearing a lot of is the very things that keep me up at night. We love a great IVR until a customer isn't able to navigate it. We love AI until a customer finds it confusing, misleading, or off-putting in some way. And so for us to be able at Verizon to understand and meet customers where they're at is what we think of as our customer obsession. And John mentioned, we recently launched a new initiative. But I would say that the customer obsession part is not new. It might be new nomenclature for us, but we show up every day with the idea that that we want to provide the best customer experience for the customer from their perspective. And I just think I'm proud of the fact that my company has decided to, to have a position that is an internal challenger, right? My role is to challenge our initiatives around how will it impact a customer who maybe is struggling to pay their bill, a customer for whom English is not their first language, a customer who is disabled. And so that's my team, and I serve a very talented group of individuals who have probably a couple of 100 years worth of customer service experience under their belts, and we show up every day to think about the work that we're doing through the lens of that customer. So really excited to be able to present today and answer any questions that you have. But I did want to pause. I brought my teammate with me, and I want to make sure he has a chance to introduce himself from the planning side of things, because he's our brain trust on all things regarding service level and answer time.
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, my name is Barry Carlson. I started out in call centers. I was a call center manager as my first dip into the telecom world. And I've been here 29 years, so I've kind of enjoyed it. I've been working the vast majority of that in workforce planning capacities, and that's the part of the organization I'm here representing today. We do the forecasting and the planning and the staffing to ensure that we are there for the customers when they call, and we're working closely with Connie and her team to make sure that we are delivering on the overall customer experiences that we aspire to. So thank you for my attendance here today, and I'll pass it back over to Connie.
So much for being here with us today, Barry. So under our banner of customer obsessed, we have one guiding principle, which is every customer has a name. And I know that sounds like a tagline. It probably is a tagline, but we really focus every day on making sure that we're thinking about the customer for whom a thing does not work, for whom they find frustrating, and how do we help them to navigate our what can be very complex business, right? Which is why we launched the Simplicity Plan, because customers are telling us all the time that the wireless business can be very complex for them. Everything from the phone itself, right, to the bill, to the IVR, navigating our phone systems, to their plans. And so my role, and we're all very united at Verizon on the customer service team and the operations team to say, how do we remove friction? And I would just point out that we are really getting into the weeds of what creates friction for customers. And it's not from an industry perspective, it's from the customer perspective. If this is an irritant to you, we want to try to resolve it. More importantly, or as importantly, if it's slowing you down. Nobody wants to spend a ton of time trying to resolve a billing issue. We love our people. We love our call center employees, and as lovely as they are, no customer wants to spend a ton of time talking about their wireless bill. It should be your phone, and your plan should make your life easier, not harder. So we'll talk a little bit about the metrics, but we did want to open up with where we're at from a customer experience perspective and how we're thinking about, and in fact, building our organization around not the macro view of experience and journey, which is important, but that micro view. And I think the best way to state that is every customer has a name, and my team and I are guided by that every day. All right, we can go to the next slide. Sorry, that wasn't the slide I just covered. Can we go to the next slide? All right. So our overall customer service priorities here are obviously overall customer satisfaction. My counterparts here have done a lovely job of talking about how we measure satisfaction. It can be measured in a million different ways. And what we're focused on from a friction perspective, from an in-the-moment experience perspective, is how does the customer feel about that interaction? And, which I know this has been well stated already, did we get the issue resolved for you? If one call is painful, 2 calls is unacceptable, right? So really making sure that we get the issue resolved. We do it in a timely fashion. We're meeting you where you're at as far as your desire and ability to interact with us digitally or virtually. We keep our 24/7 support with digital and chat channels so that customers can reach us regardless of the time of day and get what they need. And as I think it's pretty standard practice in the industry at this point, we do allow customers to schedule callbacks either when we're under pressure, which we haven't activated that most of this year. It's been 5 months now since we've had to turn on the utility that allows customers to get a call back when we, rather than waiting on hold. But we have a more of a concierge approach. If a customer, finds themselves interrupted while they're working their way through, then they can elect to schedule a call back at a time that works better for them. And I would also say here that we from a routing perspective, we're working really hard to make sure that two things are true. Once you get through our IVR, if we understand your problem well enough to get you to the right agent. We train our agents a significant amount of training on a broad array of topics. However, there are some transactions or experiences in the wireless business that have more complexity to them, or a customer that maybe is just having a particularly frustrating time. We want to make sure we get you to the right agent and that agent is properly trained. It's also critical to us that the information you've already provided us pulls through, right? A common frustration point we hear and have heard in the past is, I've been chatting as an example, right? And now I've been chatting and now I have to tell my story all over again to a human. And so we work really hard to make sure that there's pull through. And even if the customer is moving from one touch point to another, that we have service with a memory that tells us where the customer's been, what they've already tried, and what we need to do next. The other thing I'd want to point out here on our priorities is we use a command center style approach, right? Barry talked about the planning and they do a really, really good job with that. But as we know, events happen, disasters happen. We see spikes in call volumes that are unanticipated. At Verizon, we have a 24/7 command center set up so that we can identify call volume trends that are coming in before we even really totally realize it. And we have a well-oiled machine around moving people around, something as simple as, offering overtime or moving team meetings, etc. Because we're focused first and foremost on our customer. And we believe that everyone in the business, including me, should be dropping everything to make sure that customers are being served when we get under pressure. Again, we've had a really good year. We haven't been under that pressure in a while, but that mechanism exists for us. And we're proud of the way that we can respond very quickly when we do need to get more agents available to talk to more customers right now. Okay, next. Next slide, please. All right, so our call answer time metrics are critical to us. I agree with some of the previous speakers that short answer time doesn't necessarily mean a great experience. They are two separate things because you have to have a well-trained, well-equipped, capable agent to speak to when you get to them. But the answer time is important. It's frustrating to wait on hold, and it's frustrating to not know where when you're going to be handled, especially, customers are living their real lives, right? And my heart aches for people who are trying to call us on their break at lunch or work and they don't have time and they feel like it's an anxious situation for them right out of the gate. And so we work really hard to make sure that we're managing all of our answer time metrics. That includes things like our overall service level, also the speed of answer, and we also look at other things like what's the worst case scenario. I heard earlier concerns about that we're potentially not looking at the other 20%, right? We are at Verizon. We're looking at what if there's 20% of customers who aren't being answered within that time frame, what's happening to them and what's the worst case scenario. We dive all the way to the bottom of that and work to repair wherever there's breaks. And of course, we strive to resolve all customer inquiries in a timely manner. Really, the truth is, as we were preparing for this, it was surprising to me to see the amount of time that it appears one believes maybe that it takes us to resolve an issue. The vast majority of the customer service issues that we are faced with in the mobile business are resolved on that call. And certainly there are complex billing issues, but our customers don't give us 30 days, 45 days. We're in a very competitive environment, and my competitors are waiting around the corner if I drag my feet. So we've got to make sure we get that done. And that's for us, that's our motivation is customers let us know I'm not waiting 30 days days or 45 days, especially if it involves a bill, right? I can't be paying two bills. I can't be worried my service is gonna be cut off. I've got to really be able to feel confident that you're managing my account well. And if I do have a problem, then it's in good hands with somebody who can really handle it. And to that end, we've stood up some white glove teams to try to make sure we're meeting those very fragile customers in those moments when we're talking about a large bill or a protracted billing issue that needs resolution. We spend some time and energy there. Although I would again say we just don't have a lot of issues that take us more than one call or in some rare instances, a couple of days to resolve. Before we leave this slide, I do need to make a correction here. This is a clerical error on my part. I overlooked it when we were preparing the slides. So the live customer service from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. that you hear on the slide, simple human error. It's my error. And so we are 8 to 7. And then on Sundays, we are 8 to 5. And Your Honor, we'll seek your guidance on what's the best way to remediate that.
Connie, just to build on that a little bit, the hours you just gave is for our service calls. The tech support calls are actually from 8 a.m. until midnight. So if a customer with, those out of service issues or really issues that need more attention, we do have even greater hours of coverage there.
And I would just say, just send us a revised.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Apologies again for the errors. It's mine. It's my error. Okay. And then
it's a mistake. It happens.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I spoke over you.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's a mistake. It happens.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, and then finally, I won't spend a ton of time on this next slide. Really, I think that my counterparts have covered it well. There's an economies of scale value that we can get in a call center space. It's an ecosystem. Call centers are ecosystems, and customer service is an ecosystem. And so, when we can find economies of scale with when we think about time zone differences and the natural ebbs and flows around call volumes, we simply are able to be more effective and more impactful if we're not having to build out essentially a separate call center for one individual state, a critical important state to us with a good amount of volume, but that the expense of that would be significant for Verizon, and we would prefer to use that to continue to innovate in the space and continue to provide higher levels of service, higher levels of resolution, and provide and make sure that our customers are getting a service that's both excellent and affordable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all three of our industry panelists. So we have some time for questions, and I'm going to start. We heard in very general terms how you measure customer satisfaction, but you didn't share or customer interactions. Maybe, if you want to use satisfaction, frustration, whatever term you want to use for that metric, but you didn't share your dashboard. You didn't share the specifics. And so I want to ask, what is the average call wait time? What is the average time resolution? And what other data can you provide us regarding key performance indicators that you mentioned in your presentation? And before I turn it over to the panelists, I will say, I do want to give Ms. Chapin some credit because she did say most calls are resolved with the call, but there's still not a number. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for. Could we start with AT&T?
Hi, this is Stanley. I can only answer one of your questions due to some of the confidential nature, and the proprietary way we are managing and routing calls, but I will give you the average handle time. It's 14 minutes and 37 seconds.
Judge, you're on mute.
Thank you. Mr. Consalvo, can you please answer my question?
So I would say that the specific questions on what's the actuals on those metrics are confidential. Although I think we did provide some of that. So that being said, I would say it's yeah, I would just say it's confidential for now.
Okay, and
ALJ Glagola.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, this is Leon Bloomfield on behalf of T-Mobile. We just want to say, if Your Honor would, if you would like the data confidentially, T-Mobile would be happy to provide it confidentially. It's just, as you've heard, it's a very competitive issue among the three carriers in particular, but we'd be happy to provide it to you. We didn't realize or know that it had been requested, but we'd be happy to provide the type of data you're looking for if that's something you are interested in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And Ms. Chaffins, I mean, I guess I'm going to get the same answer from you.
Yeah. Yes, sadly, that is confidential, but much of that information was covered in the last filing that we had. I was participating in that as well.
Okay,
In the
thank you
previous
very
response.
much. Commissioner Hauk, I think you had a question.
Commissioner Hall, I think you're on mute.
You muted.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Is that okay? Sorry, I was double
Yes.
muted and I got to remember to unmute twice. So again, I was saying thank you for the presentations. Really appreciate the work you described that you're doing to meet the customer needs. Though we have heard from the public that there are some concerns. We heard what the advocate panel said, and then from some of the public participation hearings, I think we had in written comment in the prior proceeding. We heard that there are customers that do not feel like they're getting their calls answered and their responses done, and that may not be with your company particularly, but I guess I'm looking to hear what the response is as to how to ensure people are getting those responses and their services met, given this is an essential service and people are relying on it for things like 911. If the answer is that they can switch providers, I think we still need something more than that. If there's multiple, if they're having issues potentially with more than one provider, and I'm not saying that's what you said, but I'm just looking to what you think would be reasonable standard that that carriers should be meeting as we're seeing so many people relying on their wireless service as their only communication mechanism.
Maybe start with the folks from AT&T.
Do you mind just restating your question slightly differently? I don't want to miss specifically what you're asking me.
So first, I appreciate the work people are doing and where there's been successes in meeting the customer needs. I do think we've heard that there are concerns and that some customers are facing real challenges in getting their issues addressed. So given that and given the work that you're all describing, I guess I'm looking at where you think the line on these should be for meeting these standards, for meeting a standard, what it should be to ensure people are actually getting their issues addressed in a timely manner to ensure they have reliable service, and what that would be, because I heard a lot of really good things about the things you're putting in place and the efforts that you have there. But if there is a company that is not doing all of the things we heard described here, what do you think is that minimum level that customers should be able to count on, or that service providers should be providing to customers to ensure reliable service?
Yeah. Thank you for repeating. I don't want to provide a prescriptive number because I think what you're hearing from me and my colleagues is that you really need to meet individuals on their terms and where they are. I'll use a very basic example before I give you my full answer. If you're contacting us on your lunch break and you only have maybe 15 or 30 minutes, but the process to support you takes maybe 30 minutes or 45 minutes, is it really worth us getting into a lengthy conversation for you to just give up and have to call back? So we think about total customer time and total commitment that you have to make as an individual to get the service you need or the help you need. We're really about giving the customers optionality and choice. So I would not prescribe an arbitrary line per se. I think if I were to suggest or even give you an idea of how we think about it, we're not looking to avoid interactions. And I think the amount of times customers reach out for help and get help and the amount of effort it takes to get to resolution is a far greater standard than a very traditional legacy contact center metric like a service level. Because again, as it's stated here today, we can be the fastest to pick up the phone. In fact, we can do things where we remove an IVR altogether and you get an immediate, hello, how can I help you? But that does not mean that we're respecting your time as a customer. So respect of customer time was what we would look at, and we would look at total interaction time. And I think that's where you would find that we're doing the best thing for the customer experience. Now, in the outlier circumstance where mitigating strategies would prevent us from being able to meet you, because if we just go back to COVID-19, many of our call centers had to shut down, at least temporarily, while we created contingencies. And many of our call centers in California had to do the same just to comply with local government rules and regulation and OSHA standards. So it's not about putting people in a harm position, but it's also about giving communication to your customers if you can't support them. So it goes back to that optionality. If I can avoid you from going down a path that gets you stuck, we should 100% be doing that. And I think that was a comment made earlier about loops, doom loops, traps. I think that's a very old school way of approaching this space. You don't really see that happening today. But I think customer effort is probably a higher quality standard.
I appreciate that, and I want to give others a chance to respond. But I guess then being a little more specific, there's a big difference, I think, between a customer calling and not getting anyone answering the phone at all and being on hold for maybe 45 minutes multiple times, or having someone answer that really can't help them and doesn't refer them to someone that can, and they're trying for days or weeks to figure something out, or even going to your stores and nobody can help there either, to what you're describing where you call and maybe the person answering the phone isn't the right person to handle it, but they coordinate with you to either call you back or see if they can resolve it. And like you said, meeting people where they are and figuring something out and having it get resolved in a timely manner, the right way, by the right people. And I can say I've experienced both things, and I know we've heard from the public that they are too. So I guess, do you have any ideas about how we can get to what you're describing in a way that ensures that we don't have that first situation where maybe people are calling and just are, not getting responses for weeks or months at a time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I think my answer, as I kind of think about the best way to respond to you, sometimes the best proxies outside of our own domain. I'll use another analogy. You go to a restaurant, you have you and your family, they may tell you the wait time is 25 minutes. So you set your expectations first, as opposed to you bringing your own expectation, because you may not know how long it takes to do a thing. But restaurant industry is famous for this, where they will tell you 20 minutes, but then they sit you in 10 because they want to over deliver and over promise. It's kind of a practice from Disney and some of the other companies mentioned that John mentioned. That being said, I think it's about being upfront with customers, educating them on the process. Now, if a customer interacts with us on a regular basis, they well understand the practices and how to navigate the space. But if you have not contacted us ever, that in itself is its own signal, and there needs to be a different level of interaction and support to guide you through this. And I think that's the part that the space needs to adopt to. And maybe this will happen because of agentic or other capabilities, but you shouldn't treat this like an endless maze where you don't know where to go. You should be 100% guided on your profile, what we know about you, to get you the best channel and path to get you the help you want in the fastest way to do it. So fast, friendly, and fixed, probably the short term I would give, but it's about guiding you through the beginning and to the end, and not just you happening upon here on your own. I'll give another stat just because I think this is an important point to make here. If we go back 10 years, call centers used to be the #1 destination for most customers. And it was because of ease and convenience, and you had the phone number programmed on your phone. You can dial 611 to get to there quickly. Today, contact centers are typically the last channel, which means you have already exhausted 2 to 3 other attempts. Your level of patience and tolerance is very, very low, which, if we underscore your point, the last thing a carrier can do is add insult to injury by making you wait another 45 minutes listening to hold music to only get told you got to call back or get transfer. So that's where technology needs to help support the customer as much as the company.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if anyone else wanted to add anything to that question, and then I'll turn it back over to Judge Lagola.
Mr. Houck, I just want to acknowledge that I think you're right. I actually agree with you. I think if customers are waiting, I think you're giving us a really relevant example of something that's super frustrating and painful, which is wait time to talk to an agent, if I understood your question correctly. And I do think my company, all companies, should be held accountable to something that feels reasonable, so customers are not waiting endlessly because of bad staffing or because of cost-cutting measures or bad decisioning, right? So I don't have a great answer for you as what is the right metric, but I do believe that I know that within my organization, we have a lot of muscle to pivot quickly to make sure that we are improving response time while working on everything that keeps you out of the call center to begin with, right? But I think you're talking about this moment of truth, and forgive me if I've misunderstood your question, but this moment of truth of you've gone through the IVR, you've pushed all the buttons, and you're just waiting. That's not acceptable for us, and we're relentless in trying to drive that down. And I firmly believe that I can speak for my company. We should be held accountable to not use our muscle to move as quickly as we can to pivot back to a healthy place, right? If we're not taking action on it, that's probably a bit nebulous, but I wanted to acknowledge that I think it's an important problem customers come to organizations like yours with, and it's something we hear about from customers a lot. So I think we're all accountable for making sure that we're listening to that, we're monitoring it relentlessly, and we implement our own operational discipline to course correct when we see that it's gone awry. Outside of natural disasters, there's somebody gave a great example of a TikTok post, right? Those are some things that we can't necessarily totally plan for, but not pivoting for them is something that I would expect my own company to be very accountable to.
So, and Mr. Consalvo, do you have a brief response to Commissioner Houck?
Yes, I'll keep it brief. And thank you, and I appreciate the question. As I mentioned, I'm not a regulatory person. I'm just a customer experience expert, and I would just say I think it's important for us to, as I mentioned before, make sure we have channels to meet the customers where they are. I think Stanley mentioned that customers are using digital more and self-help more than they ever have before, and we need to make sure that those channels are available. But I also think that the demand will come in differently every day based on different scenarios, different situations, and we have to find a way to be there for customers all the time. Now that being said, that's our desire. But one day to the next, 60, wait times could be 3 seconds, or the next day they could be 3 minutes. And it all depends on why customers are calling, what's the nature of what's happening. And I think it's important for us, if we don't, if we're not answering the phone in a timely manner, the accountability is on us. As I mentioned before, in this highly competitive market, if we continue to have if we had a poor wait time, that would translate to a poor NPS, which is directly tied to churn, and customers will leave us. And we don't want that. Like, we want our customers happy and staying longer. And so you just continue to see, and it's public, how our performance continues to get better and better. I would also say to you, it's imperative for us in a competitive marketplace to continue to want to put in more of those innovations in place to make sure customers are getting to us or getting their issue resolved however they need to. But I don't think, and this is just me, that just putting in a standard of 60 seconds, whatever whatever the standard is, will guarantee that. I think we have to make sure that we're following, driving the best resolution as we possibly can for our customers, and improving on that over time. And the fact that we're in a highly competitive marketplace, I think, is helping to govern that right now.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. We were planning a break right about now, and we have on the agenda a presentation at 11:30. Are you good taking a break right now?
Yes, we can go ahead and take a break.
Okay, so I want to thank all of our panelists for taking the time to join us today and offer their experiences. I very much appreciate that. We will be back at 11:30, and at that time, Risa Hernandez will be taking over as moderating. So thank you very much again.
Give everybody, just give everybody a minute to gather in. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next session of our workshop to consider service quality rules for wireless. This session is going to be focused on grounding us all in data that the California Governor's Office of Emergency Service collects regarding community isolation outages. This data is being considered as to whether it can be used for wireless service quality purposes in this proceeding. And so we're going to take some time to have a presentation from Cal OES, as well as from a brief summary of information from our senior regulatory analyst here at the CPUC, describing what the Cal OES data is, and then giving a high-level information on what we look at so far from wireless carriers from looking at that data. So we're going to begin this session with Andrew Matson, who is the Program Management Division Chief at Cal OES's 911 Emergency Communications Branch. And Andrew is just going to give us a presentation on the community isolation outages data that they collect. So Andrew, I'd like to turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Risa. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to come speak today. I'm glad to discuss this topic. Community isolation reporting and 911 outages in general are very near and dear to my heart. I've been working here at the 911 branch for 20 years now. It'll be 20 years this November. So I've performed a variety of roles at Cal OES and in 911 in particular, and it seems like outages have been a thread throughout my career. So it's definitely something that I'm passionate about. So thank you for the opportunity. We'll jump right in if you want to advance. All right, so there's our agenda for today. A couple items that I want to get into. It seems like we've got a lot of topics here, but I really only have a few slides for each. There's not a deep dive into each topic. I just wanted to cover a few, basic pieces of information that I think everyone here can use and can potentially utilize for your rulemaking. Go ahead and slip to the next slide, please. All right. So to start off, I'd like to clarify community isolations, right? So in the world of 911, we deal with outages all the time, but an outage is not an outage. They're not all created equally. And so we count community isolations differently from a 911 system outage, right? Or a call handling outage. There are various different types of outages that impact the network. And so community isolation specifically is an outage where a telecommunications service provider, their end users are unable to make a 911 call. Now, in general, what that means for us is that either, perhaps a mobile switching center has gone down or a central office has gone down for a telecom provider or wireless landline provider. And folks in a certain geographic area, not only can they not dial 911, but they also typically can't dial out at all. They've potentially lost their dial tone completely. They've been isolated from the network. It's an important distinction for us, and I'll tell you why. In our world, in 911, if we have a community isolation impacting a certain geographic area, the 911 system is still up and running. The 911 system is still working. People just are unable to reach it. They're unable to access it. So it's one of those things that we are constantly monitoring, and we want to work with the carriers to identify and report out on it. But we do have to clarify that 911 is working. We just can't get to it right now. And a lot of folks have it's difficult to comprehend. Well, okay, it doesn't matter if T-Mobile's working or if Verizon's working or if the 911 system's working. I can't dial. And so it is still a very important matter for us to work through. But that distinction is important, and we do separate it out when reporting on our outage information, which I'll show you here in a little bit on one of our later slides. So the regulations that we have that govern outages, I'll bring those up in just a minute here, primarily are SB 670 and SB 341, the 2019 and 2020 legislative or 2021 legislative sessions. They require by law, you'll see here for wireline providers and VoIP providers. Oh, sorry, go back one. I just wanted to touch on how they report to us. Thank you. At least 30 minutes of an outage, potentially affecting at least 100 end users in a single zip code, or 50% of end users in a zip code with fewer than 100 end users. That's how wireline and VoIP providers are supposed to respond to us. Wireless carriers are required to report an outage if it lasts 30 minutes and affects 25% of a carrier's coverage in a single zip code. So that's what we wrote into 670 and reiterated in 341. And we can go ahead and get to the next slide now. Thank you. And what we see is that the intent that we had, we really wanted to get as sharp an image as we could of what is down and where, right? That's the goal, is to get some level of precision in outage reporting so that we can report up and out through public notification or social media or whatever other methods we can to the public that 911 is down through our local channels and our local partners. The legislation is all posted online. I just wanted to make sure to provide these links for folks if you're interested in reading them, taking a look. And they are actually, the pertinent language for each bill is at the back of this slide deck. So the language that at least that we utilize from these pieces of legislation are included in this slide deck. And then we posted all of our relevant legislation as well as several CPUC regulations on our website. So we do have an outage website that you can go to and visit. The link's right there, that outage reporting page that you can see, everything that we collect. We have a dashboard there. We have a few other tools there that people can utilize to see what's going on at any given time. The law requires, 670 requires all carriers to effectively post their outages on their websites individually. And then OES is required to gather those outages or gather that information aggregated on our website and display it for the public. So we do that, but how we do it is a little bit different than the legislation describes, because we had to figure out a way to get that information, aggregate it, and then deliver it back out through our website in a manner that was useful to the public. If you want to go ahead and skip to the next slide, please. So what we did was we worked with one of our vendors to effectively take the outage notifications that we get, which are all email based. We do get phone calls as well for outage notification, but only in certain circumstances. In general, we get emails from carriers, VoIP, wireline, and wireless. Those emails go into an inbox, which are then effectively we have a program that we run that scrapes the data, that pulls the outage information, the time, the location, and posts it to this dashboard. This screenshot, I know you can't read it, but if you're looking at it, you can see it's got little identifiers of where the outages are currently occurring in California, and in those little bubbles, you've got a little bit more detailed information of the location, the city or area that it's happening. So this is our way of notifying the public that we have potential community isolations occurring. What I want to get into, though, is what we actually receive from the vendors and the carriers, and I think an area where Cal OES and the PUC can apply some attention to potentially making this a better tool. If you want to skip to the next slide, please. So I want to share a couple of examples of emails that we get into this inbox. And I want to be clear, this is not meant to point out any single vendor or to shame anyone for any type of behavior. These are the emails that we get from the system. And there are different carriers represented here. I wanted to make sure that we had the data that you see on your screen is what I see that comes. And the general issue that we have with community isolations and the biggest difficulty we face is that we're not sure if the carriers' systems are sophisticated enough to provide what we've asked for, right? So if you look at these emails right here, you'll see the top one, AT&T Mobility, is reporting maintenance activity, right? It's planned maintenance. But if you look at the areas, you got Commerce, Houston, Polk City, Raleigh, Richmond, Ridgeland, Riverside, etc. A lot of those cities are not in California, right? So that creates difficulty when we're trying to parse that out for our website when the program is trying to work through this. Additionally, you see down below, T-Mobile is reporting an outage, and this was a long time ago. These were not recent outages, and so I don't think I'm giving away too much information here, but you'll see Somes Bar, Klamath River, Siskiyou County. This is all in very far northern California. You see the networks that are showing impacted, or at least the regions that are impacted. It gives a percentage, which technically by law it's supposed to, but I can't tell which one is which percentage. I can't tell exactly what's going on through this outage. And so, when we tried to drill down to the zip code level and the carrier percentage level, I think we did meet and confer with the carriers at the time that this would be possible, but what we've seen since is that the detailed information isn't. Sometimes it's just not providing us exactly what we need to report out. Now, we still will use this information and we will report out, but it could be better. It could be a little bit sharper. We have a difficulty as well receiving information on when outages are resolved. So if you want to scroll to the next slide, I'd like to show another example. Here we have some that came in earlier this month. We have one where the carrier is unable to determine cities impacted, right? It's maintenance activity, but unable to determine cities impacted. So that, looking at this as an employee of Cal OES, I'm trying to determine if there's a notification that I need to make, but it's planned maintenance. In my mind, there should be a determination of who's impacted by this if it is maintenance activity. And now I understand that there's probably a lot going on behind the scenes, but these are the issues that we have that I think we can sort through to make a better product for the public. And then down below, you'll see another a VoIP carrier who is reporting an outage in Hawaii, which is wonderful for the citizens of Hawaii to have that information, but not helpful for us. And so we get hundreds of these daily, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And so what we're dealing with at OES typically results in an overflow of information. It's a lot of information that comes in. Now this program is parsing it out and posting these outages, but our concern from a public safety standpoint is A, how accurate are they, and B, how can we make them better? How can we maybe bring the number of notifications down to a more relevant level? And part of that's on us. I think the legislation probably got a little too granular. 100 users is that's not a lot of people, and so we're getting notifications that I think we're getting everything. We're getting notifications that impact 2 to 3 users, just perhaps because the systems available to us for reporting from the carriers are potentially not sophisticated enough, or maybe there's not seen enough of a desire to break those out to report them separately. So what we end up with is a lot of information, not all of which is useful. And so we do our best to parse it out. We have meetings with our carriers every month where we discuss outages, we discuss other topics, and we dig in on a lot of these, especially the larger ones. When we see larger issues, we will clarify and we'll meet with them to discuss. But any opportunity to simplify and or improve, I think, is a welcome one. Next slide, please. All right, so for our public-facing information, for what we provide, because all this data, a lot of this data, we can't release it publicly. The law actually requires that we don't release it publicly for individual outages. And so, because there's the opportunity for nefarious actors to take advantage of that information, knowing that the 911 system is down in a certain area, obviously we can't have that. So, a lot of the information that we get stays with us. When we do report it out, we generally report it out through our 911 advisory board, which meets quarterly. And this is the type of information that we push out. So you'll notice here, it's got a lot of categories. There's a lot of different things that we're reporting on, but this is what's important to us. This is what OES is looking at and trying to rectify from a network standpoint, a call handling standpoint. You'll see we've got legacy, next gen, and then we've got call handling, CPE at the bottom. That's call processing equipment, and then down at the very bottom we have community isolation. So what we've done is we've broken it out because obviously right now California is in the process of transitioning from legacy to next gen 911, transitioning us off of copper, which I know is a big topic for this crowd, off of copper into an IP-based environment. That's the goal, right? So we're working through that. So we'd like to report out on outages for each. Service impacting meaning calls could potentially have been lost. There is a potential for calls to have been lost. We don't, always know if there was because they're lost, right? So we may not have that information. Non-service impacting meaning the system had a workaround, no calls lost for sure. We know that the calls were delivered and that maybe another agency picked them up or that we rerouted them. And so we know for a fact that it was an inconvenience, right? The PSAPs, the folks answering these calls, were definitely impacted, but no calls lost, and that's the important thing for 911. And so, we have community isolation absolutely reported down at the bottom. You see there we had 87,000 minutes reported in January of 2026. That's a large number of minutes. That's a lot of network. California's a big state. We have a lot of miles of line and a lot of carriers, a lot of folks, 40 million people trying to dial. So we do think it's important to separate that out because in our minds, again, community isolations are not attributable to the 911 network being down, whether it's legacy or next gen. Right now, that's a big distinction we are trying to make at the state level at OES, is that this is not impacting either 911 network. This is a carrier level issue that's impacting the public and public safety, but it has to be separated out for the purposes of conversation. So this is the information that we report on. We don't break it down by how long individual outages took us, right? How long a certain system was down or a certain carrier was down. Again, because we have to report an aggregate by law, we want to make sure that we're compliant and that we're giving the information out, but that we're not releasing anything that could be potentially dangerous or allow for bad actors to exploit. Next slide, please. right, so I wanted to get into a little bit of operations at OES, a little bit of what we do with outage information. Just so you know, I mean, it doesn't just fall into a portal and just sit there. It's not a black hole of information where the public can access it and nothing happens. We do actually have staff dedicated to working on outages. We have a duty officer that's on call 24/7 every day, all year, Christmas, New Year's, whatever you name it. We have 5 staff that rotate this position every week. They hand off the phone. We have a special phone that only rings when there's an outage. All the carriers have the numbers. All the the providers have the number, and this person sits on standby in their job during that week. Well, they have a day job too, but their responsibility is to deal with any outages that come through that rise to the level of attention of a specific need. Right. We do not engage on every single outage. Just to be upfront and clear, there are too many issues out there in the network, just daily issues, right? Planned maintenance, little unplanned outages, small, tiny little outages. We don't engage on all of them. We do try to gather the information and report. But when an outage reaches a level of significance, when folks are impacted, let's say it's a wildfire and we've got significant chunks of network down, or or an outage has gone for quite some time, any number of factors will allow us to get engaged. We will escalate the issues with the carriers. We will call into their NOCs. We will help coordinate that response to make sure that the carriers are taking any issues or outages seriously and working to resolve them, which they do. I want to be clear, our carrier partners are they're good partners in this regard. Everyone takes 911 outages very seriously and community isolations very seriously, and we do get good responses. But it's something that we have a person set aside to work through this. So we are always standing by and on call. And then there's the link for that dashboard down at the bottom for you if anybody needs to take a look. It's open to the public. Next slide, please. All right. I wanted to leave some time for questions to make sure. I wanted to get about 20 minutes in. I think we're about there. So I wanted to make sure that we have plenty of time. I know I went through a lot in a very short amount of time, but I wanted to make sure that if you had any issues or questions that we could get those answered.
Thank you. Andrew, if you don't mind, I'm going to let Wyland just take a few minutes to talk about some aggregate data that we pulled out of your system by sharing the data with us, and then we'll allow 5 minutes for any questions at the end. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Wyland Lay now, who is a senior analyst at the CPUC. He works in my branch, the Carrier Oversight and Programs branch, and he's just going to provide a high-level overview of some wireless information. Callaway shares their database with the CPUC, and Andrew showed you where the public link is to the data as well, just to ground us in a sense of what we see on the wireless side of the house. Wyland, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Lisa. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I promise I'll be quick, so there will be more questions for Andrew and not for me. So these are the data that we gather from the vendor site, and as you can tell here, this is all wireless, all carriers combined. I just want to highlight the number of community isolation outage events that occurred in the past 3 years, 2023 to 2025. Just around 5,900 and dipped a little bit in 2024 and then went back up. Just high level data. Carlos, can you forward to the next slide? So the data that we gather is pretty sophisticated. It does parse it out into different outage intervals. I think some of the people in the earlier session had mentioned, not outages are all created equal. Some of them are a little bit longer and have, more dire impact. So the good news here is that if you look at the different outage intervals here across those outages that are in those 3 years, majority of them are, on a shorter time frame between 1 to 6 hours. There are some that are, over 24 hours, and in some cases, over 72 hours. We'll deep dive a little bit more into those that I highlighted in red, but this is just, again, it's aggregated for all wireless carriers in those 3 years. Carlos, can you advance to the next slide? So the two in particular that really drew our attention are the ones that were over 72 hours. I know it is not a lot of events that occur during that time for that duration, but if you look at the average duration days for those that are occurring in that duration, it is 13.8 days in 2023. It did drop down to 6.8 days in 2024, but went back up to 10 days in 2025. These outage events are not a huge part to the total. They're only about 2% of all the outages, but again, it is a pretty long duration there. So it's something to just pay attention to. And then the other part, being looking at the data part, there are some outage events that are missing data, meaning that we have an outage start time, but then the outage end time was not available to us to gather. And in some cases, the outage end time is also incorrect because it just defaults to a time that is more like a surrogate or something. So those events are few and far between. However, in 2025, we did see a huge spike, jumping up to over 401 outages where the outage end time is either erroneous or missing. So again, these are not a huge percent to where all the outage events are, but it is nonetheless noteworthy. So we are on the staff side looking at these data very meticulously to try to gather pattern, etc. But again, this is something that we have identified and wanted to share with the group here. I will defer back to Risa in the event if there are any questions.
Thank you, Wyland. And that last point sort of dovetails with what Andrew was telling us about areas where the database can be improved. So I would like to start with Commissioner Houck and say, do you have any questions, Commissioner Houck?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I guess just looking at the information, given so many people are relying on the wireless. Can you talk a little bit about, I think you went from the 50% to the 25%, and just, when we're looking at the missing data, what that's meaning. I'm particularly just concerned about high fire threat areas and what we've heard from communities about where the outages are, and if you think this standard is sufficient, or any additional concerns you might have regarding the numbers you're seeing in that 25% range, since you've lowered it from the 50 to 25%. I hope that question makes sense.
So maybe we'll start with you, Andrew, about, are you seeing any concerns about the 25% for wireless carriers?
Sure. Yeah, and Commissioner, it was quite a journey to get to a number and to figure out a metric that we could utilize for wireless coverage, right? Because a wireless outage in downtown Los Angeles, a cell sector down, really means nothing because there are probably 4 others covering the same area, right? But in Susanville, there's probably only one covering several square miles, and that's a significant outage. So that really made it a very difficult metric for us to decide on. And so I think that's why we came upon that 25% rule, because we weren't. I think the concern was that 50% just was too high, right? We wanted to see a little bit of a sharper number. So I think it's not perfect. I'll say that we get good data, and we get well. Sometimes you get good data. You saw my presentation. Sometimes it's not detailed enough. We really can't parse out a lot of information from it. But when we do see significant outages, when we do see significant wireless activity, Most of the time it is, related to some sort of event. And I'll give an example. The Tubbs fire several years ago in Sonoma County. I was actually on outage duty during that fire, and we had a microwave hub burn up, and it impacted every single wireless carrier in the Santa Rosa area. So folks were standing downtown Santa Rosa with no cell phone signal. On from any carrier. So obviously, single point of failure, right? That's something that we don't want to see. But those are events that are generally few and far between, right? That's an extreme example. I think that the 25% is a good number. It really is hard to parse out when you get into a state as diverse as California, right? From a population standpoint, anyways, with our population centers versus our rural areas. But at this point, I don't foresee a need to change that number. I would just like to see if we can sharpen up the reporting of it, if that helps.
No, that does help. And just as a follow-up, do you have anything else to add on just how you can, sharpen up that information that you're looking for, if there's things that would be helpful for you?
Yeah, I think so. For OES, we're in charge of the 911 system, right? That is our legislative mandate, is to deliver 911 calls. When it comes to carriers, that generally falls in the realm of the FCC and the CPUC, right? And so we definitely would like to establish some sort of I would like to establish maybe some sort of a task force or some sort of a working group that could meet every now and then to discuss our needs as far as better reporting. What can we get that's a little bit sharper, that's a little bit better, that can help us not only identify outages but deal with them and get resources to the right place to get them fixed. I think that's something that we would ask the CPUC to help us with, because you have domain over the carriers that we do not, right? I can't tell the carriers to do better. So it's something that I think would be perhaps a good joint effort.
No, I appreciate that, and just given all of that, and another follow-up, have any of the local partners that you're working with, emergency responders, expressed any concerns with the 25% isolation standard, or, as you've indicated, maybe sharpening up some of the information or level of granularity that they might need as first responders?
That's a great question. I don't know that number is known to our locals. I don't feel that they in general will read that heavy into legislation or regulation. When it comes to dealing with our local partners in general, they're great to work with because they just want it to work. And so with us, it's mostly education about what is down and what is not. There's a large effort on our part to ensure that the locals understand the difference between a community isolation and a 911 system outage. And so to answer your question, no, we don't hear a lot about the reporting metric or the standards therein. We just hear from them when something is down and they need help. So that simplifies it for us, right? It's down, we've got to get into action, we've got to help. But no, we have not heard any, to my knowledge, we have not heard any feedback on those percentages or the metrics that we collect.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. This is really helpful information as we're looking through the issues that we're grappling with here in this proceeding. Appreciate Cal OES's partnership and the presentation today. And I'll turn it back over to you, Lisa.
Okay. All right, so we're just 2 minutes over our timeline, and just about at the time where we will take a break for lunch. We are scheduled to come back at 1 o'clock from lunch. And so if we could all gather ourselves back at 1 o'clock so that we can start the next session, that would be great. So thank you all for all the great information. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Wyland, for the presentation of information in this session.
So here's the agenda. We're going to start with the industry panel, and then we'll have the Q&A for the industry panel. We'll try and slot in Supervisor Pesca as time allows here. So we'll move on to the next. Okay, so the questions are already in the slides, and as LJ Gogola did earlier, I'm just going to leave those there and let the panelists respond to the questions. We'll start with AT&T, where we'll have Josh Matheson and Raymond P. Bolaños speaking. So let's move to AT&T.
Great. Thank you, and thanks for this opportunity. So a bit about me, I've been with AT&T for 26 years, and for more than 20 of those years, I worked directly in building, maintaining, and improving communications networks. That experience shapes how I look at this issue, and for AT&T, service quality starts with the customer. And if you don't mind moving to the next slide, please. We build, monitor, and run the network around whether customers can stay connected, and consistently receive high quality service. And so for this session, I want to focus specifically on what the Cal OES community isolation data do and do not show. The data matter, but they have to be understood in context. They are not customer level outage data, and they are not a substitute for the real-time performance management, operational tools, and strong competitive incentives that already drive wireless reliability from the customer's perspective. The most important customer impact, of course, is the issue of public safety. And I want to address one point we heard this morning about community isolation events and 911 access. And I understand the concern, and public safety should always be the first point. But it's important to distinguish a reportable community isolation event from a conclusion that customers cannot reach 911. Wireless networks are designed with built-in redundancy for 911, including the ability for calls to be routed over any available carrier's network, not just a single provider. As long as one provider is available, 911 remains available to our customers. That same inter-carrier redundancy also means customers will be able to receive emergency alerts through another available carrier's network. In addition, AT&T operates under an emergency operation plan, coordinating with public safety agencies, issuing notifications, and prioritizing restoration efforts. And additionally, we also have an outage map available to our customers to identify areas that are affected by outages. But the key point is this: community isolation reporting is important for awareness and coordination, but it is not. It should not be read to mean that customers necessarily lose access to 911 or emergency alerts when another carrier's network is available. So turning to the data themselves, the important point is not only what the Cal OES data do show, but what they do not show. So CTIA aggregated data from 3 carriers that show wireless networks operating extremely high uptime, roughly 99.73 to 99.88 of the time between 2021 and 2025. And only a very small percentage of time was actually reflected as Cal OES reported outages. This trend is also moving in the right direction for customers. Outages are generally fewer and shorter. And AT&T's recent reporting refinements, where we've been able to really refine, when we reach that 25% threshold, makes that trend even clearer by better accounting for overlapping network coverage and actual service impacts. At the same time, the apparent increase in reports after 2022 must be viewed against Cal OES's change in the reporting threshold from 50% to 25%. So that's the percentage of a zip code and the carrier's coverage that trigger the report. CTIA's data show that applying the prior 50% threshold materially reduces the reported zip code counts, underscoring that reporting rules not deteriorating network performance explain much of that increase. So the takeaway is this: the data shows high network uptime, improving trends, and the reporting threshold change, not systematic reliability problems that would support new wireless coverage mandate. That matters because outage management is not just about counting reports. It's about reducing customer app impact in real time. And this is where AI and real-time operations matter. Carriers are increasingly using automation analytics and AI-enabled tools to detect network stress, correlate alarms across network, transport, and power dependencies, prioritize restoration based on customer impact, and reroute traffic where possible, often before customers even notice the problem. And to make that concrete, carriers are now using tools like digital network models and AI-driven simulation to anticipate problems before they even occur. For AT&T, for example, we can model how events like wildfires, flooding, power outages, major congestion will affect network performance and take action in advance, whether that's adjusting network parameters remotely, shifting traffic, or pre-deploying mobile assets like cells on wheels. In many cases, these systems can detect and map impacts within minutes and trigger corrective actions before customers experience a service issue. And that's where that's how we manage our modern networks. We predict and we mitigate and often avoid customer impact altogether. So the Commission also raised concerns about outages exceeding 72 hours. And it's important to put those into context. These events are rare outliers. Most outages are resolved within hours, as Wireline said earlier, and well below the 72-hour threshold. For longer durations, outages do occur. They're typically driven by external events and conditions, such as loss of transport, commercial power outages, or site access challenges, not a lack of operational response. AT&T's focus in these situations is to restore service as quickly as conditions allow, working with transport providers, public power utilities, and public safety partners. The key point is that mandates cannot accelerate restoration where the limiting factors are outside of the carrier's control. And something else that came up earlier today, a long open Cal OES report should not automatically be read as a continuous customer outage. Temporary facilities or other mitigations may materially improve service prior to the report being formally closed. And some reports remain open because the underlying network conditions must be fully cleared or removed from monitoring, such as if a site's destroyed by fire, or we deploy a CAL or a cold and mitigate in that way. The Commission's also asked how carriers know about customer impact. It's important to be precise that the Cal OES community isolation reports do not identify individual customer impacts. They are based on the affected areas or the space within a zip code. But AT&T does have some awareness of this, though not perfect. Through AT&T Guarantee and our internal network and customer systems, AT&T can identify impacted customers during certain outage events and provide credits without requiring those customers to navigate a separate claims process or call in. That is not just a customer service program. It's a sign that competition works. Wireless carriers have powerful incentives to know when customers are affected and to restore service quickly and make it right when we fall short, because customers can choose based on their experience. And if we do not put the customer first, we will not survive in this market. The same customer first incentive exists outside outage events as well. It shows up in third-party testing where carriers compete hard to win independent network awards based on performance. And because customers see those and they can make purchasing decisions based on those, based on speed, reliability, coverage, and overall performance. And so, AT&T's proud of being recognized by RootMetrics, for a strong national wireless performance, and those results reflect those incentives driven by the competitive marketplace. Finally, turning to policy, community isolation outage reports were developed for incident awareness and coordination, not as a regulatory compliance tool. They do not provide a reliable basis for prescriptive repair standards, outage-based fines, or corrective action plan type frameworks. Fixed repair intervals cannot properly be applied to wireless networks as the Commission has done to wireline networks. And outages often involve variables that cannot be addressed through a static rule. And to be clear how this applies across how AT&T applies its standard across communities, AT&T does not support different service quality standards based on geography or demographics. We hold the network to the same performance expectations everywhere. Differences in outcomes are often driven by physical realities, terrain, power, and transport, not a different level of commitment or standard. And those are best addressed through, the carrier's targeted investment in engineering, not separate regulatory mandates. Mandates will not change the underlying causes of these events and risk diverting attention and investment away from the tools that actually improve reliability, including real-time monitoring, AI-enabled operations, automated detection and recovery, competitive performance benchmarking, network investment, and customer-focused accountability. So it's a simple takeaway. CalOES reporting plays an important role in visibility and coordination, but the broader record shows high uptime, fewer and shorter outages, real-time outage management, AI-enabled operational tools, customer-focused accountability, and strong competitive incentives, not systemic wireless reliability problems that justify new outage mandates. The right focus is on what improves the customer experience, and that's what the industry is doing with real-time monitoring, fast restoration, continuous network improvement, and listening to customers first. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. We're going to go back to our initially scheduled programming and go to Supervisor Pyska so that she's able to present before her hard stop. Can we go back to those slides, please?
Hi, thank you so much. And I really appreciate your patience as I was trying to get this to work. Let's see. Yeah, thank you again for your patience, and thank you for the invitation to be here. My name is Jessica Pyska. I'm a member of the Lake County Board of Supervisors, and I appreciate the invitation today for this workshop to allow me to speak early in the session. I have testified before the Commission on this issue in the past, and I remain concerned that wireless service was removed from the recent update to General Order 133. I appreciate the Commission's willingness to continue this discussion. Rural communities have already waited years for meaningful and enforceable wireless service quality standards. For Lake County residents, this is not an abstract telecommunications policy issue. It is a matter of public safety. Lake County is rural, mountainous, geographically dispersed, and highly vulnerable to wildfires, winter storms, power outages, and other emergencies. Many residents live in remote areas where communications depend on a patchwork of landline and cellular services, with neither of them being 100% reliable. When communications fail, people lose the ability to call 911, receive evacuation warnings, access emergency information, contact healthcare providers, or let their families know that they are safe. I have personally experienced the loss of cellular service while traveling in remote areas of California. When you suddenly realize that you cannot call for help or communicate with anyone, the limitations on our wireless networks become very real. And residents in my district face those concerns regularly. Last month, bomb threats led to the closure and evacuation of all of the schools across Lake County. As parents and families tried to contact students and schools at the same time, the volume of calls overwhelmed the network. During that event, I was unable to reach my own children or their school. At the very moment communication mattered most, the network could not handle the demand. Wildfires and winter storms create similar challenges. In some rural communities, the loss of a single tower, backhaul connection, or power source can disrupt communications for an entire area. Unlike urban areas, rural communities often lack overlapping coverage and redundant infrastructure. and Lake County's records demonstrate that telecommunications infrastructure work is taking place. In the last 5 years, the county's processed almost 7 new towers, 2 locations on existing towers, and 72 tower modifications. Those modifications included technology upgrades and in some cases the addition of generators or backup systems. Those investments are important, but the number of projects alone does not tell us whether the network is sufficiently reliable or resilient. Some facilities continue to lack adequate backup capabilities, and heavy vegetation or fuel loading around the tower sites can increase wildfire risks and make the facilities more vulnerable during emergencies. We have also experienced recurring concerns involving the towers serving the Cobb Mountain area, which does not always operate properly during adverse weather conditions. And when a facility servicing a rural mountain community fails during severe weather, residents have few or no alternative means of communication. And when the outages occur, local officials frequently have little information about what happened, who's affected, or when service will be restored. And that makes emergency response more difficult and leaves communities vulnerable. There is no consistent and enforceable framework requiring wireless providers to restore service within defined timeframes, provide outage information that supports local emergency response, or maintain a baseline of performance during emergencies. That is a significant regulatory gap. Wireless customers deserve protections comparable to those already required for traditional telephone and VoIP services, particularly as providers increasingly market wireless products as a replacement for traditional landlines. The last time I testified on this issue, nearly 4 years ago, industry representatives argued that expanding coverage in infrastructure in places like Lake County was not a good investment. Yet the people who live in Lake County pay the same bills as everyone else. They deserve the same quality of service and the same level of public safety protection. Lake County supports clear, technology-neutral standards that address outage reporting, restoration timelines, network resiliency, backup power, redundancy, customer communications, and emergency performance. The Commission should require providers to report performance at a local level. Statewide averages can conceal recurring failures in rural communities. And the Commission should require providers to identify recurring outage locations and chronic trouble areas. When outages repeatedly occur in the same area, providers should be required to implement corrective measures such as backup systems, redundant infrastructure, alternative routing, or necessary equipment upgrades. Repeated failures should trigger action and not simply additional reporting. In addition, carriers must plan for foreseeable surges in demand. Rural counties like Lake County experience significant seasonal population increases during tourism, and emergencies often generate dramatic spikes in communication traffic. A network should be capable of performing under those conditions. The Commission should also consider infrastructure inspection and maintenance requirements, including vegetation management and defensible space around towers and telecommunication facilities. Providers should be required to ensure that backup generators, batteries, and other emergency systems are present when needed, regularly maintained, and capable of operating during prolonged outages. These measures can reduce service disruptions and improve resilience during wildfire, winter storms, and other emergencies. At a minimum, rural residents should be able to expect prompt outage reporting, reasonable backup capabilities, clear restoration information, and enforceable service standards. Ultimately, where a person lives should not determine whether they can call for help, receive an evacuation warning, or stay connected during an emergency. I urge the Commission to move this proceeding forward and establish meaningful, transparent, and enforceable wireless service standards that protect all Californians, including those who live in rural areas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for considering the experiences of Lake County and California's rural residents. And I hope these photos demonstrate the need for vegetation management around this critical infrastructure. These pictures were taken this week around the cell towers on the top of Cobb Mountain. The last time I came before the commission to speak about this 4 years ago, conditions were similar. Nothing has really changed. This is critical infrastructure and very, very susceptible to winter storms and wildfire, and we've got to do better. We've got to require defensible space around these facilities.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Pyska, for your time today.
And thank you for having me.
Of course. We'll move back to Verizon and hopefully.
Yeah,
oh, sorry,
Victor,
Commissioner.
yeah, I just wanted to thank the supervisor for taking the time to share the experience that you're having in your county. It's really important that we're hearing directly from rural counties on what's happening and ensuring that necessary services are available. So thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I really appreciate it.
Happy to help.
All right, and then we'll move on to Verizon. Y'all can go ahead. Thank you.
That is T-Mobile. That's up next.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's T-Mobile.
That's all right.
My screen is showing the red is a little pink. Or I guess the other way around. Go ahead, T-Mobile.
Andy, I think you'll be on mute. Your device may be muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Sorry about that. My name is Andy Gormley. I'm so glad that you did not put Verizon in front of us because they probably want to steal our thunder like Josh from AT&T did. I felt like he said a lot of things that I wanted to say, so I'm kind of disappointed in him. But we'll let that go. I've been with T-Mobile going on 23 years. Started with T-Mobile in 2003, right after I got out of the Navy. Built cell towers in Detroit for about 5.5 years, and in Michigan. Then went to Seattle for 5.5 years doing Network Operations Center, managing that. Moved to regulatory after that, then added regulatory and 911, and now I'm just doing regulatory. I started at T-Mobile with the plan of working there for 1 year. My goal was get out of the Navy, get a job, find something else and move on. And what I found was a passion. We were a terrible network when I started. There's no other way to put it. We were probably 4th or 5th in the nation, and we weren't good. But I can tell you I've always had a thing for underdogs. So, one second. Got the apologies. I've always had a thing for underdogs, and I think that's why I really started at T-Mobile, and I really started to love working with T-Mobile and at T-Mobile. There's something about the people there and our strive to be the best and to have the best network and to get the best for our customers. And I'm still here 23 years later, and I'm on my 3rd location with T-Mobile. Next slide, please. So I believe Josh talked about this in the last presentation, but he didn't have this pretty little picture. This is the picture, the graph that CTI made when they aggregated all of our data for the last 5 years. If you just take a step back and look at it, the first thing that really jumps out is 99% and greater every single time. And that's amazing. Our worst year was 2023 at 99.73%. And at 99.73 being our worst year for aggregated uptime as an industry, that's still really good. Does it tell the whole story? No, it doesn't. So let's go to the next slide. Next slide. There we go. Okay, so I can give you numbers about what the industry all day, but if you don't have verification from a third party, it's meaningless. Like if you go to buy a car, the salesperson will say, hey, this car has everything you ever want and never broke down. But until you look at the Carfax, you don't know if that's true or not. Take this as our Carfax. This is OpenSignal, and they took the last 4 years, and the lowest year again was 2023, but that was still 98.4% availability in California. That's amazing. Next slide, please. So the one thing I want to talk about here is outages. You can't take out outages. We can't stop them completely. Mother Nature is amazing. She can do things that we don't ever predict, from wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes. I read today that there was 2 earthquakes at the same time in Venezuela. I've never heard of that before. She's going to win every time. But what we can do is we can prep our network the best to our ability to defend against that, right? We can use VSAT. So say our fiber gets cut, right? We can put up a temporary VSAT. Will we still get the exact same data speeds? No, but we'll get coverage for those rural communities during that time, that isolation. We can roll out cows. We can roll out colts. The thing that we're doing now more than ever is we're changing the tilt of our antennas. So if we lose a pocket of coverage, we will automatically shift our antennas to change the tilt to make up for those sites that are missing, to bring back that coverage. Now, when we do that, it doesn't change the end time on our Cal OIS reports, because our Cal OIS reports are taking the static from the macro sites when they're turned on, that baseline static coverage, right? What this is seeing is we are adding something else. We are changing the coverage around it to improve where that loss is. That won't show in those reports. So I'm not saying that all those reports are wrong. I'm just saying that we report conservatively until that baseline coverage is back to how it was built with those macro sites. It won't show for any temporary things we do, whether it's a cow, a colt, or changing tilts and azimuths. The other thing that I want to point out is that we do this by zip code. So I know a couple of people have said national aggregates, national numbers, this and that. It's being reported on a zip code level, right? So it's not national, it's local, it's that zip code. And it's 25% of that zip code, right? There's still 75% coverage, and we're still changing our tilts. So yeah, the numbers may look like, oh my God, this is terrible, but this is really just, the best way to think of the Cal OIS thing is it's a high level index. It shows you that there could be an issue. You need to go attack that issue, right? I think AT&T used the words as how we coordinate our efforts, right? It's not the be all and end all. T-Mobile uses totally different stats when it comes to our customer service, when it comes to looking at our network. We're going to be using stuff like network availability, call setups, call failure, stuff like that. We're not looking at the Cal OIS metric. We're reporting the Cal OIS metric, but that's not our baseline. Next slide, please. So these are the zip codes, and you see 2 sets of bar charts here. You see the lovely turquoise followed by the dark blue. The dark blue is the historical impact, the 50% that I believe a couple people have mentioned. That changed towards the end of 2022. So then you see the increase in 2023, which was clearly a bad year, an outlier year for us, but still we were above 99%, so not terrible. But this really shows the number of impacts, the zip codes, not the number of outage notifications, but the zip codes impacted, right? We're still improving. And if you take out what the new ones are and you just look at the historical dark blue ones, you'll see that we had the outlier year in 2023, and then we're going back down. Next slide, please. So this is my favorite slide. AT&T touched on it, but I really want to drive home 911. I ran the T-Mobile 911 operations for 3+ years. And that was 3 teams. That was a frontline team, that was a tier 2 team, that was a tier 3 team. We attack aggressively anytime we have a 911 outage. We attack aggressively anytime we have any outage, but 911 in particular. If there's an issue at a PSAP with their CPE, so their customer premise equipment, that's outside of our control. That's that local PSAPs, right? But we can still help them. They may lose their 911 ability, their network, locally because of an issue with their CPE. We will call them on their admin line, we will email them, and with their permission, we will reroute their 911 calls to the next available PSAP, telephone, or highway patrol. We do it all the time. If we have an issue with our alley or our call delivery, we will contact those PSAPs and we will reroute those calls. We do this as fast as we can because we want everyone to always be able to call 911. AT&T mentioned it, but you can take a phone, you can go to a pawn shop, buy a cell phone, has no SIM in it, has no account, has no activation on it, and you can call 911 on it. It will still work because federal law mandates that we have to have compatibility between the carriers. So even if this phone you found in your closet has not been used, you can plug it in, charge it, and make a 911 call every time. I want to talk about extended outages one more time. Quick story. When I started in T-Mobile, it was 2003. It was in the Detroit market. We were a terrible network. We didn't have a lot of resources, and I was still new at this gig. And I started in July, and I want to say it was in August. I don't remember the exact date, but there's that massive power grid outage. If you remember, took out areas from Boston through the Midwest, right? Detroit went dark. We dispatched the generators that we had on hand immediately to the largest sites we had. But we had technicians driving 8, 9, 10, 12 hours pulling generators so we could drop in inner city Detroit. And I'm not going to lie, Detroit at that time was not the safest city in the world. And there were multiple times in that 24 to 36 hours that we were dropping a generator that we knew would probably be stolen within the next 3 to 4 hours. And we dropped them anyways, because our chance and our ability to get that network up, even for that short amount of time, when there is no power throughout that entire area, is what we did. And it was almost like a movie, seeing the darkness there during that time. And to this day, T-Mobile, we're a much better network. We have much better resources. We still attack with passion these outages. It doesn't matter if it's in rural California. It doesn't matter if it's in LA. It doesn't matter if it's in Sacramento. It doesn't matter where it is. We want to get it up, because the best way to look at us as an industry is, right, Andis Calnis is going to talk next. I got nothing but love for Verizon, but he's kind of like a sibling to me, like a sibling rivalry. I love the guy, but I want to beat his ass in terms of network competition. And same for AT&T. I don't wish outages on them, but I want to beat them. I want to have a better network than them. I want to make sure they know that we have more customers, we're the best network, and we're doing everything for our customers that we can do, right? So yeah, we're competitors, but we're almost like a dysfunctional family where we don't wish bad on them, right? We don't ever want them to have outages, but by God, I want to have the best network. And I want to rub it into their faces that I have the best network. That is what drives me. That is what drives this company. And I think it's safe to say it's kind of what drives our industry. We want to be the best. We don't want to just say, oh yeah, we got a decent network. It's okay. And we're fine with that. No, I want to be better than you. I want my network to be better than you. And I dare say they feel the same way about me. They're like, freaking T-Mobile. They want to be better than us. So that's really what I wanted to bring in today is there is a competition between us. And it's, even if I don't know everyone at AT&T or everyone at Verizon, we want to beat them. We want to be better than them. That's just the way we're wired. So it's not like we don't want to fix this outage or we don't want to do that or we just want to do half measures. That's not the case. We want to be the best. So that's all I have today. Thank you for your time, and sorry that I can't figure out how to use mute buttons because they didn't teach me that in my PhD classes.
Thank you, Andy. We'll move on to Mr. Keldon at Verizon.
Thank you. Yes, as Andy Gormley introduced me. Andis Calnins from Verizon. I'm coming up on my 30th year at Verizon. I started as an outside plant engineer, working on cables and poles, and have worked through FiOS and various roles. And now I reside in the Strategic Resilience and Business Continuity Organization, running a team that provides all of the network outage reporting to the FCC, state and various state governments, including California PUC and California OES. So at the heart of it, yes, absolutely. I love engineering. I love the network. And, as Andy Gormley had said, we absolutely compete, and I'm going to talk a bit about that. But also, when it comes down to it, there's a new thing from the FCC called the MDRI, or the Mandatory Disaster Response Initiative. That is rules that say that we have to share roaming, we have to share available assets, and basically help each other out during disasters. And that's now mandatory, but it's something that all of us have been doing for years when it comes down to an emergency. We will compete on the blue sky days, but when it comes to those gray sky days, that we are all working together to make sure the people have the communications they need during those disasters. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this slide. Root Metrics is an independent mobile analytics firm that measures and benchmarks real world performance for us wireless carriers. We like it because they provide unbiased testing. They don't just rely on crowdsourced data, but they rigorously test the networks. They do it the same way, at the same time, using the same standard equipment for all the carriers. So the first quote there is a little bit of self-promotion. Verizon delivered the strongest results in the second half of 2025, earning 7 U.S. Root Score awards, including Best Overall Network Performance and the Reliability Root Score Award. Again, as was mentioned, it's about competition, and we want to be the best also. So to that end, in 2025, Verizon spent over $17 billion on capital expenditures improving the network. And although that's a national number, I think it actually shows the commitment to improving the overall reliability and coverage of the network. When we look at building and designing the network, we have resiliency at the heart of those decisions. Whether it's the site selection for a cell site, if it's hardening our buildings, if it's building diversity in the network architecture, we're looking at what's available and how we can include resiliency into the network within the constraints of what's available. I like that term that was mentioned before, physical reality. A lot of the remote areas, we have very limited options of how to get backhaul out to these sites. And then we're further restricted with some of the local zoning requirements. And then, of course, there's always the cost. The other quotes on the slide, point to what we've been saying is that all the wireless carriers are investing in improving their service throughout their networks, and that is our overall goal. And the final quote from Root Metrics is, U.S. mobile consumers benefit from this ongoing horse race. So the competition is what drives us, and we want to be out there and supporting those communications for our customers. And all of this just points to the fact that the competition continues to drive us building better and more reliable networks. And if you would jump to the next slide, please. It's been mentioned that based on the California OES data aggregated amongst all the carriers, uptime has improved from 2023 to 2025. When I look at how we go about reporting to California OES, it's different than when we do with the FCC and many other governments, in that we actually look at coverage area. So we at Verizon monitor our networks for cell outages through various alarming processes. We bring those alarms in, we correlate them, we analyze them. And then what we do is we determine then what cells are actually out of service. Once that's determined, we will then look at the engineered coverage area of those cells and how they interact with the other cells that are around and still operational. We do geospatial analysis on what's up and what's down, and then we can determine if there is an impact on the coverage in that zip code. If there is an impact, we can then figure out or calculate what that impact is. And if the impact meets the reporting thresholds, then we will send out the reports to California. So, it's a fairly complicated process, but, it allows us to analyze and see which areas are potentially affected. And I think what part of this is what has been said before also, is that this is really a notification that there is an area that has an outage. Again, very difficult to understand who is in there just based on the mobile nature of the devices. But we do know that there could be an impact, and we get that notification out. And to that end, when there is something to be decided, we will err on the side of over-reporting that versus under-reporting it, because we'd rather have people aware that something may be going on in their area. Also, with the notices, they may stay open longer than what the actual outage is. And again, oftentimes we continue to work on sites. It was mentioned that some sites are out for longer periods of time because of physical work. But we'd rather keep the tickets open to make sure and monitor that the service is fully restored. And to that end, oftentimes these tickets are a little bit longer than what actually may physically be out in the world. The other part of this is that there is these are really notifications. There's no like with the PUC and the FCC, there's no way to go back and modify these to withdraw them if we find that the alarms were false alarms, things like that. So again, these tickets or reports will stay out there, and there is no way to correct the record, as it were. If you can jump to the next slide, please. And it's just going to touch on some of the factors that are beyond the control of the service providers. Some of the biggest impacts, and we get into some of the longer type outages, are really the environmental and characteristics, and particularly of some of the very rural areas or very remote areas. One of the biggest areas is cable damage. That's the largest cause of network outages in California and in the wireless network. And it occurs because of many issues, digging issues, people that don't properly utilize the 811 system or don't call at all, dig through cables. That's rodent damage. Believe it or not, squirrels just love chewing on cables. And then vandalism. That's another one that we've been seeing a lot of. There's not a whole lot of value in fiber optic cables, but there is a lot of value in copper cables. And it seems like the bad guys don't really know the difference. So we've had sections of cable taken right down off the pole, and then a little while later they'll take the next section down, even though they knew that the last section they took was fiber, not copper. So cable damage is a big issue. Disasters, whether they're natural or man-made, often will add to the length of time to restore. We talked about some of the fires and not being able to, and that would not allow us to access if a cable got burnt or the cell site needs fuel or something like that. So natural disasters also can damage the sites, but more importantly, often will restrict access to it. The other part of this is weather and foliage. Snow, foliage will decrease the overall signal attenuation of the cell site. But the other part of that most people don't necessarily know about is a lot of, particularly in the remote sites, we may be using a microwave, and weather will either degrade those signals, or in some cases, if it's bad enough, it can knock them out. Also, just wind can offset the microwave dishes and put create, again, outages, which then take some time to go and get realigned. Local challenges, again, lack of backhaul options, particularly in some rural areas, is always an option. Lack of space for backup power. Again, we try to get backup power in generators where possible. A lot of times that is restricted because of the areas that we're going into. And then the other external entities, regulatory and zoning, is another one that often will put a inability to get a permanent generator. There's lots of sites that we would like to get, particularly ones that are without power often, and we're in many of those we're restricted. So if there was help in getting some of the regulatory zoning relief, we're always open for that. And then also we don't own all of the fiber that we use, so we do have party leasing agreements with third parties, and we tend to work with them as much as possible to ensure the restoration times and service level agreements of those relationships. If you would skip to the next slide, we'll just quickly, I know there was a question about providing customer credits. Our stance has been that proactively providing credits to customers becomes very difficult. Identifying all of the customers is generally infeasible. It's difficult to accurately identify all of the customers from cell site outages, mostly due to the mobile nature of the wireless device service. People rarely stay in an area for 24 hours, and often devices are not actually located at the billing address of record. When we have backhaul and core network outages, they become even more difficult because the networks may be on the network, but the calls generally don't go through and require a lot of research to understand exactly who was affected and how they were affected. Verizon does provide credits for disrupted services. When a customer reaches out to us, they will work through a customer service representative. They will validate if they were subject to an outage, and then the credits are provided that way. So that wraps up my presentation. I don't think there's one more slide, but I appreciate the time to speak to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelman. We'll move on to questions. I'll start with LJ Google. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Yes, I do. So I want to start, and this is for one. I do want to thank the panelists for joining us today. Do you know the percentage of outages that are reported to CalOES, and I'm meaning the community isolation events or community isolation outages, excuse me, that would be categorized as under your company's control? And how of those outages, how many impact customers? And I guess start off with AT&T. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I don't know the percentage that are reportable. I think that was the first question. The next question I think was related to the percentage that are outside of the carrier's control. Is that right?
Yeah, the first question was how many are how many of them are outside of carriers or not outside of the carrier's control, under your control? And of the outages that are under your control, how many of them actually impact customers?
So I don't have the percentage that are inside control. When we did our research, we did find that the majority were related to transport or power issues. But I don't know that number off the data that I have here. And then And then as far as the number of customers, I think that's like per outage you're asking, or?
No, I'm just asking how many of the outages that are under your control actually impact customers, because you've said that some, at least some of the CalOS outages don't impact customers.
Yeah, I mean, it's based on the geography. So based on where folks are within that 25% is would indicate the impact. But I don't know those exact numbers. I think most of the ones that we're seeing, and I don't have the percentages, but most of the outages that are in our control that are CalOS reportable are generally planned maintenance that we mitigate often the impact to customers, and they take place in hours when there's not a lot of use. So I hope that answers without being specific, because I don't have the specific data.
Is that data that you can have? Because it seems like it's kind of necessary to support the conclusions that you made.
I mean, I think to the extent the data is available, yeah, it's data we can collect.
Okay. Thank you. Same question, I guess maybe start with Mr. Gormley.
So yeah, I'm going to kind of mirror what AT&T said. I don't have those numbers. We don't track causations for CalOS reporting. Generally speaking, the incidents that are outside of our control are going to be power and broadband and backhaul, basically. So power and backhaul are the two big ones. We can mitigate that with generators and VSAT and microwave, but we don't track the CalOS. We use the CalOS to send to you guys, but true incidents that we have within T-Mobile, we track via tickets and change management. The ones that we can control would be our planned maintenance, which we do at night. So there could be instances where planned maintenance ran over and it did impact while people are in the waking hours, but I don't have those numbers on me.
Okay. Mr. Kalnins, I'm going to assume that you don't have them either.
Yeah, I'm going to mirror the response. I mean, to say something that is within our control, I would agree. The ones that are outages that I would consider in our control would be those planned maintenances. We do, and what has been said is those are limited to generally the maintenance hours or maintenance windows, which are those low utilized times during generally during the late night, early morning times, where we might bring down sites or whatnot for software upgrades, hardware, fiber swaps, and that type of thing. But the vast majority, that what we see are definitely power. Cable cuts are the largest. Some hardware failures, and then power. So and that's the vast majority. That are outside of our control.
Okay, thank you. And back to Mr. Matheson. This is specifically just a question for you, I think, because you were talking more than others about competition, but in a measurement way. If the market's, doesn't that mean that outages should be about, the same? If we're applying that correctly.
Same as.
Shouldn't
I'm not
each
sure
of
what you're
the,
asking.
so shouldn't each of the carriers have a similar number of CalOS outages?
Well, I would say I can't speak for Verizon or T-Mobile on how they have reported outages. I know that AT&T has taken a very conservative approach and has recently been able to refine that, and we're seeing a really significant drop in the number of outages that we're submitting at this time. But again, these are for situational awareness for CalOS to manage potential emergencies that may take place during an outage. I think when you look at the data that was provided, that was aggregated by CTIA, or if you look at the open signal data that T-Mobile showed, I think we saw that the number of outages are very, very small, and they are very similar. You can't have a significant outlier and be at 99%.
Interesting. So one of the things I heard was that, and this is a common thread, I think, from Andrew Matson from Yes, who spoke earlier, Vice Chair Pyska, and actually you, Mr. Kalnins, which is there may be an issue in rural areas because one of the reasons why folks are saying that there isn't a problem, say in Los Angeles, usually, is because they can, if there's an issue with AT&T or T-Mobile, they can hop on the Verizon's network, but that seems to be less likely in rural areas because there's just or they can use another antenna on another tower. There appears to be less towers in rural areas. Is that right?
I think I heard two issues there. One was whether or not there's going to be a Cal OES report, and when you are in a more densely populated area, there are more towers that are providing more coverage because you need more capacity, and so you're less likely to reach that 25% threshold. I still think it's rare in rural areas as well for all three carriers to be down and for a customer not to be able to reach 911. So I think that, in a lot of rural areas, we're also dealing with topographical challenges, right? Like you've got canyons in there are other challenges that we deal with, and our goal is to provide service to all of those customers all of the time. And as you've heard, there are times where there are fires or transport outages that prevent us from being able to do that, and so that's when we try to recover as quickly as possible. I'm
very sorry. I just realized that the one challenge of having these very tiny screens is I actually directed this question at Mr. Kalnins just because I wanted to make sure that I was characterizing what he was saying correctly.
Sorry.
No worries. So I believe what you said was correct. Part of that, as far as overlapping coverage, is more likely in urban or more dense type areas where cell sites might be where the coverage will overlap. And in an area, let's say an urban area, a cell site going out may have absolutely no impact on coverage because the other cell sites in nearby would cover that. As we get into more rural type areas, yes, there will be areas that may be only covered by one cell site, and as we know, there's areas that day to day have no coverage, and a lot of times we're just not able to put the plant or the towers in locations that would cover those areas. Again, there's a lot of zoning, a lot of environmental issues around that, and in those types of areas that put restrictions on building out the network and building it as resiliently as we might like. But I would say, that coverage on other folks' networks, as far as particularly around 911, that is automatic. If there is a carrier in the area with service and the phone is capable of doing it, and I believe pretty much all new phones can, it will switch over to an alternate carrier's network to provide and complete that 911 call if available.
Okay, I do have one last question, and this one is for all of you, though. I would like to start with Mr. Kalnins again. I'm not taking on you necessarily here, but let's just say that we're not satisfied with the explanation about Cal OES events or the community isolation events. And we just say that there's 45,000 are too high. That's a big number. Okay, let's just agree with that. And let's just say that we said that the number should be a third of that. So the industry should be down to 3,000 events in California per year, and then each company would have to be under 1,000. Does that seem like, if we're trying to, forget about the data for a second, does that seem like a fair approach? And you're on mute, Mr. Collins. I'm sorry.
I was being very, very prolific. Yeah. So I'm not, I think each network may have different approaches as to how they go about identifying where the outages are and whatnot. And like I said, we tend to err on the side of over-reporting to make sure that people are aware versus, missing something. So, utilizing a hard and fast number, I don't believe is the right way. Identifying areas that we could improve the resiliency and identifying, what the roadblocks are for us getting that there. That would be in my mind, a better approach of how we could work together to improve the resiliency. And then if that's the case, then, watch the numbers go down.
Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Matheson, do you want to respond by any chance?
Sure. So, I think there's two issues. I think one is the one we just heard, which is, that, I think first, we've got outages that are outside of our control. And so, to set a standard that doesn't take into account, that wildfires happen and destroy cell sites or destroy transport or that sort of thing doesn't seem like the right approach to me. I think, as you've heard, we're all committed to keeping our sites up as much as possible. And also, I'll say, as technology improves and we want to upgrade equipment, that does often require us to take a site down. And so I've seen a lot of comments about making sure that we are providing the best and newest equipment in all areas, and those require outages sometimes, and sometimes they lead to a Cal OES report. So it seems like the other thing that we need to take into account is the purpose. The Cal OES reports are there to provide situational awareness to public safety. And so when you start to use that as a regulatory tool, and that with penalties, I think you lose sight of what the purpose of the reports are.
Mr. Gormley, do you have any response?
I do. I'd just like to say, and I'm being completely serious, I love hypotheticals. My kids ask them to me all the time, and it drives my wife up the wall. I wish we could regulate out outages. We can't. There's no way we can. We can't put a hard and fast number to it. We can't say we're going to regulate this and outages will go away, because John down the road is building a house and he just dug without calling first, and he took out fiber for everyone. And it happens every day. Our stats across the nation show that every year, once building time comes in the U.S. for the different parts of the U.S., our fiber cuts increase drastically as the builders start to cut and they dig their holes. We also can't stop Mother Nature. I don't want to bring climate change or anything like that in, but we have crazy weather. California has crazy weather. We have PSPS events. So you have to turn the power off because there's possibility of fires, and we don't want fires. We can't regulate it out. I would love to. I would love to say, yeah, let's just regulate it out, tell Mother Nature she can't do it, and tell Bob they can't dig that hole up anymore. But we can't do that. I wish we could. I really do. But at this point, we can't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I have no more questions.
Okay, Commissioner Howard, do you have any questions? I'll note that we're running fairly behind time, so I don't want to rush if you have anything.
I am okay for now. I appreciate the conversation and the responses to the questions from Judge Gogola, but I don't have any direct questions right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. We'll move on to the community panelists, starting with Ms. Jackson from Hoopa Valley Public Utilities District. Ms. Jackson, can you come off mute?
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay, so quick introduction. My name is Linnea Jackson. I am a member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe. I serve as the general manager for my tribe's utility. I want to thank the commission for being able to provide comments today. And we urge the CPUC to extend strict service quality standards to wireless carriers. As a sovereign tribal nation located in a rural location in Humboldt County, we're geographically isolated, there's regional challenges, and our community experiences a disproportionate lack of reliability for service. For the Hoopa people, a cellular or landline outage is not just a mere inconvenience of service. It aids to immediate threat to life, public safety, and critical functions that we provide. Hoopa experiences routine outage with multiple carriers. That goes for the landline service as well as wireless. When an outage occurs, it completely paralyzes our critical emergency infrastructure and community safety. The Hoopa Valley Tribe itself has over 60 departments that can range from tribal police, our ambulance and EMT services, volunteer fire, wildland fire, critical utilities, among other efforts. And when we have these outages, largely during emergency situations, it could be inclement weather, it could be a wildfire, it could be some power resiliency issues as well. And those are all contributing factors to the outages that we do have. For instance, landline service was down for multiple days, and this was probably in the last year, to where our community was not able to reach our tribal law enforcement. And locally, we don't dial 911. We actually call our tribal police directly. And when that service is down, it creates a huge gap. So sometimes people are getting creative of public notices, maybe even on Facebook, just to try and get service. And also our fire and medical services rely on that quick, instantaneous service quality where residents can be affected. And how that affects public utilities. You know, we manage critical water, we manage broadband and energy infrastructure. And for our critical water, we rely on those Win 911 alerts that go through the services to get critical alarms through our SCADA software. So you're talking about not only critical functions, response to our community, but critical facilities that our community relies on. Wireless carriers have historically treated rural tribal lands as a secondary priority. When network infrastructure fails in the Hoopa Valley, major carriers routinely take days to deploy technicians to restore service. We can go days and days without having restored service. Sometimes we live in an area that is impacted by energy resiliency. So sometimes it could be a failed generator somewhere along the backhauls in an outside area. Sometimes it could be a tree that's fallen and snapped some kind of line. But there needs to be redundancy and required backup resiliency for these sites. That could be solar, that could be a battery solution, that could be pairing the tribe with some of the infrastructure that we're actually building. So the crisis of wireless unreliability directly impacts our most vulnerable populations and to tribes that are tribal elders, are medically disabled and dependent staff. And so we rely, and some of them rely on traditional landline services to communicate or the cell phone connectivity to reach family in times of need. The Hoopa Valley Tribe urges the CPUC to adopt robust, uncompromised service quality standards for wireless providers, enforce mandatory automatic credits. Those bills should be adjusted when level of service isn't provided without having to go through the navigating complex of those corporate hurdles. There needs to be an established tribal-specific restoration timelines. The people in the remote areas are the ones that are, needing that critical communication at those times. And we need to account for geographic isolation to meet strict service restoration deadlines in rural and tribal areas. And we need to mandate backup power accountability, ensure wireless towers serving tribal lands have at least 72 to 96 hours of backup resiliency due to grid failures. We need to ensure landline and wireless networks are heavily monitored so that emergency services never simultaneously have multiple types of blackouts. And then off that, there's multiple tribes throughout the state of California, throughout this country, who are building out communication assets. Specifically, the Hoopa Valley Tribe, we're building two new communication towers with the investment from federal and state funding that we've secured. I urge the providers to reach out and use the tribal opportunities and investments that are being built. It would allow you to not have to build that infrastructure, but allow supportive costs to increase your service as well as support the infrastructure. So absolutely partner with tribes who are building out this critical infrastructure and maximize the assets that we have. And that's throughout the state and country. Reliable communication is a matter of human safety and tribal sovereignty. Again, I thank the Commission for opening this rulemaking, and we urge you to hold wireless corporations accountable to tribal and rural areas that they're obligated to serve. I totally appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We've got a slight rearrangement in speakers. We're going to have Mr. Rantanen from Tribal Broadband Bootcamp and the FCTCA speak next.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So apologies, I've got a little bit of a raspy voice. I'm in the 4th day of a 5-day anniversary boot camp. We've been providing tribal broadband boot camps for 5 years now and have reached 100 tribes and 500 attendees. And we are executing one today in Southern California. So to not be redundant, I am not going to repeat what Linnea has said. She was very eloquent in the specifics of, the requested requirements of wireless companies. We often see opposition from the wireless companies and CTIA in tribes getting access and operating their own spectrum licenses and being able to provide these services to themselves. When those companies actually don't provide those services to the tribes in a complete fashion. So what I'm going to address today is not so much an outage, because Linnea was very illustrative there, but the lack of total coverage of our tribal areas. So I also, on top of the boot camps, I am completing my 25th year with the Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association, which is 26 federally recognized tribes in San Diego and Riverside County. And, with a variety of different geographic constraints. And what we see and what we've seen in the past and, continue to see today is cellular coverage along thoroughfares that tribes are adjacent to. So tribes have access along the edge of their reservations where it happens to serve a transient population. And the coverage is very good at the edge of the reservation. But as you venture onto the reservation and you move your way into inland, away from that thoroughfare, there is no coverage. So in the instance of an outage where a tribe, perhaps the tribal member has an emergency and they know that they need to get to a thoroughfare to be able to get a call out to 911 or to family, or to get information about fire or things like that. If there is an outage on that thoroughfare, it is extremely detrimental, because the tribal member has then ventured to an area where they know that there could be coverage, and to find none during times of emergency and such. So we really urge these industry players to cover these communities, whether the ROI is there or not. I mean, they've been incentivized and continue to be incentivized to support these communities and the rural communities. And without 100% human coverage in their area maps, there's going to be some lacking. So the tribes are unfortunately that hard to serve location, and that population that gets left behind. So the important thing is that tribes are taking a step forward in advancing their own technologies, learning how to build broadband networks to support their communications, and to provide telephony services over those broadband deployments, to be able to make up for the shortfalls of the industry that hasn't served them. But we encourage competition, we encourage redundancy, we encourage a choice in the tribal nations areas to be able to choose which communications are available to them, and to be able to provide redundancy so that we don't get left out in the time of emergency, and in situations of extreme importance where life and death is involved. So I'm going to leave it at that, since I can't talk too much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attendant. We're moving on to Supervisor Duggan with Monroe County.
Thank you very much for your time today and allowing me to speak. I also have a little bit of a raspy voice, so I'll try to conserve it, and appreciate all the comments that I've heard from not only the providers, but my colleagues in rural counties. And I echo every situation that they describe. Monroe County has experienced that too. For those of you that aren't familiar with exactly who, where, and how large we are, Monroe County is in the Eastern Sierra, and there's 13,000 residents there, with one incorporated town, the town of Mammoth Lakes, that has about half of those residents. And what we've experienced is everything that we've heard before, with a few more things going along the lines there. Along with disasters, which are no longer the occasional incident, they are the norm, especially when you are living in the mountains. And those situations we have to be prepared for at all times. One of the challenges is that the lack of competition and options when you have in a place like the Eastern Sierra. We're 92% public land, so some of these challenges are not ones that we actually have jurisdiction over. So I do understand how difficult it is to work with sites and lands that's not your own. The canyons that you've described as making it very difficult. Yes, I know. I live in right about 200 feet from one. That makes it very difficult. I carry 2 cell phones of different carriers because not one carrier will provide service throughout the entire county. And there are blank spots in very challenging areas in the county. What we've worked with tribal lands we see every single day. One of the areas that is particularly challenged is in the south part of our county, which neighbors Inyo County, and an area along with US Highway 6, which is a main thoroughfare going all the way across country. It starts at Bishop, California, and goes clear to Providence, Maine, all the way across country. But it is the loneliest highway, and there is no service. It's also a major truck route through not only California and Nevada. In times of emergencies, when our other route, Highway 395 through California and Nevada up to the Oregon border, is closed, which is more frequently than it has been in the 35 plus years I've lived here. That is the way that your commerce gets through. And there's no communications at that time. Recently, my district, very close to my home, I could see it burning from here, experienced a small but catastrophic fire for my community. And Cal OES were the first ones on the scene here, helping us out, helping stop the fire. No loss of life, but definitely an impact of community on very needed housing. The other part of that is it's in a watershed where all this fire debris will go right into one of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's main aqueducts. So the water is very, very critical to keep that from being poisoned by this area. The power went out, cell towers went down, and we had to use a variety of radios and other ways to communicate, because that is what's happening in rural counties all the time. There's not a lot of providers that want to come here, understanding that it is not an area that looks like an investment is really going to pencil out. But here's the thing that a lot of providers forget is rural counties, communities are the keepers of California's resources and assets. We oversee them, and it is a very small number of people that are doing the job that affects all through California. We have 2.5 million visitors here because we're one of the gateways to Yosemite in the summer and a thriving ski resort in the wintertime. It's not just the customers that live here. It's all of your customers that are using your services throughout the country that come through these areas. What do they think when they can't use these services in the areas? It's not just us we're protecting. I've lived here long enough to remember when the biggest disaster was going to be that Mammoth Mountain was going to blow up because of the volcano in the 80s. Thankfully, that did not happen. But some of our communications and emergency preparedness issues are equally as disastrous today. What would happen if a major earthquake that just hit other areas in the world today happened and damaged the California aqueduct, which runs right through my county and into Inyo County, and communications are down because we don't have enough service to provide that? These are the things that are realities of the day. So it's when you invest in rural counties that are the keepers of the assets, you invest throughout entire California and the national network, and sometimes even through the world. It's worth it. Please take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Duggan. We'll move on to Supervisor Hoke from Nevada County.
Oh, there, I'm unmuted. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here today. I agree with all of the folks that have spoke ahead of me. I think rural California, we all feel these challenges, but here in Nevada County even, gosh, it doesn't matter whether you live in Grass Valley, Nevada City, or Pin Valley, which are our little bigger area towns. We have Rough and Ready, Alta Sierra, Lake Wildwood, they're gated communities. We have North San Juan, Washington, the little town of, and Truckee. Very diverse little community, and with pockets of people that live in all areas here. We it's one of the things we do love about being in Nevada County, right, is the specialty, the beauty of where we live. But I tell you, most days you can drive down the road and you lose your cell power. It doesn't matter if you're on Highway 49 or Highway 20, 174. You could be in your neighborhood and stand in one spot or have to walk down the road to make your cell phone calls. Those things are still very frustrating in a rural California. But again, and I think the other problem we have though is what happens during emergency. That's when everything becomes life-threatening here. And over the past years, we've had wildfires become larger, faster, more unpredictable. Here in Nevada County, we experienced the Jones fire not too long ago, the River fire. Those were huge incidents. And that's when it really becomes more clear about the reliability of communication. We have residents that depend on their phones to get those evacuation warnings. We have to check road closures, contact family members. The cell service that gets unavailable, then it gets overloaded, and then people can't even receive those warnings at a time. So, and all those minutes seem to matter. I don't know, just think about this, driving down on one of our rural roads and finding an accident. I had a fire chief, retired, stop, first man on scene on the accident, no cell service. He had to wait for somebody else to stop to go to drive for cell service, and those minutes count. It's just challenging when you live in North San Juan or the little town of Washington. We see numerous, I don't even count the number of people that come here to visit, right? So tourism is a huge part of what happens, like where Rhonda Dugan was talking about, where you have many people come to check and see our wonderful forests, our trails. They come here expecting to know how to get from here to there. And then when you don't have service, we have issues with, again, safety. We have people that still are using Wi-Fi calling from their traditional cell service, and those are really not dependable. When the power goes out, I always kind of get a chuckle. They tell you go online and tell us what's wrong. Well, when you lose your service in a rural community, those things go away. And again, just not safe. Our sheriff's office, CAL FIRE, local fire districts, our ambulance crew, they do such a great job in this rural community that I live in, but boy, they depend on the residents being able to get out those calls, calling those emergencies, being accurate. Those things just seem to be more and more of a challenge. I live here. I love this place. In my own home, my cell phone is undependable. I have to go out and down the steps to get a good, clear communication if that will work. Today, just a little while ago, I was having a communication with somebody from out of the state, which was great. And we dropped our phone 3 times, and I'm in the middle of a building of business here in Nevada County. So I think one of the things I want to talk about is the economic side for our small businesses. You folks are selling these kinds of services to our small businesses. Use your Square, use these types of things to depend on a payment systems, and then they don't work. Well, in a small community, every sale counts. So those are some things that we deal with in our businesses. Our fairground sits in the middle of our town. It's absolutely phenomenal. During the fair, we have thousands of people that come there a day, no cell service whatsoever. You're very lucky if you can get a call out. I mean, I think we're hoping that we're gonna accommodate that. I think there's new things happening and coming, and it's not that Nevada County doesn't support these things, because we do realize that cellular and of course fiber is the way of the world, but we just don't see that those kinds of dollars are going to be put into rural California anywhere in our rural communities. I'm talking for all rural counties in essence, because we just believe these are all challenging. We want to continue expanding our broadband. We want to see more fiber come into our communities. We're open for that. We've tried to look at how do we look at satellite technology. We look at folks using public safety radios for community emergencies. Those things are what are so important. And as we prepare for wildfires, we prepare for winter storms, we invest in emergency services, but reliable communication is part of that commitment. And that's one thing we just don't see in the big enough area of you folks' businesses that come to Nevada County. It's kind of responsibility. As we're doing away, they want to do away with any kind of these landlines that we've been so dependable over for so years, that we need to have more security, that these are going to be reliable. And I think some of this stuff too is some of the ability to put up the towers and some of the things you're doing. Those are challenging. I have one that I'm looking at right now that they want to put and construct an area that might be a little bit easier, but it is covered with acres and acres of vegetation that could, if it catches fire, it's going to go up in a fire in no minutes. So some of those things need to be addressed about the size and the area that the vegetation management is taken care of. So again, I think really it's about public safety. It's about economic vitality. It's about ensuring that every resident here, no matter where you live, but here in Nevada County, that that we stay connected. And I think that's going to continue to be the biggest problem that we see. And I want to point out one other little thing that I find is really important, and that is the medical emergency. A lot of our services and are connected to those lifelines now. I have some folks that live on a heart monitor that depends on their service. And when that service goes out, you can't really say you need to drive up the road and get your monitor to be read. So those are some of the things that some of my folks are really challenged with. I have a community of a gated community that has about 5,000 people, and there's no connective service there, even with 2 towers within a couple of miles of each other. So these are some of the things we look at. Even in the little town of Grass Valley in Nevada City, there's dead zones. Brunswick area is one of our biggest commuter areas with the grocery stores and all that stuff. So if everyone's on their phone, your phone drops right there. I drive to work, my phone drops 3 places on my way up Highway 20 to meet to my workplace here. So those are some of the challenges. Why we appreciate the work that's being done. We'd love to see more investment coming into rural communities, because really we are part of where the rest of the communities all come to visit, right? This is what we create here, is an atmosphere of this wonderful forest and the place that we live to come and recreate, but we need to be able to recreate safely as well. So these are just some of the things, again, that rural communities deal with. It's health and safety, and then the economic development that comes from here. We can't bring businesses here if we can't provide the service for people to work from home or to have that kind of connectivity to get out into the different areas. So I was listening to the rest of this, and there was a lot of good comments made, and I think some of their mapping is really interesting. But when you look here in these areas, if you mapped these areas, that mapping is not very consistent for what we have to deal with here. So again, appreciate you all being here and listening. I think they have to live up to their end and provide this kind of service into our rural communities, because it's something that we deserve as a rural community, and something that we've had in communication for years and years and years with our landlines. And if we're going to create something new with that, they need to come and be able to provide that service. So again, I really appreciate you listening and taking the time to see what it is like to be in a rural community and deal with communications.
Thank you, Supervisor Hoke. We'll move on to Chief Kemna with the Western Fire Chiefs Association.
Good afternoon. It looks like we are running a bit long, so I'll try to keep it brief. First thing I want to do is I want to say thank you to all of the panelists in the community panel section for stealing all of my thunder and covering virtually everything that I was going to cover. My name is Ken Kemna. I'm a Senior Operations Advisor with the Western Fire Chiefs Association. I spent 40 years in the fire service, the vast majority of it in California. I now reside in the Pacific Northwest, but I still remain heavily committed to my home state, where I was born and raised. So much good stuff has been said, and I really want to just sort of kind of step back from it a little bit. We can really focus heavily on people's access to communications and the ability to dial 911, the ability to report emergencies and report fires and all that other stuff. But it's so much more than that. Our reliance on wireless technology, it is critical infrastructure by definition. We know that, but it's a public safety concern, to be sure. The way we communicate, it's simply based on wireless technology. It is how we communicate in a modern world. We are so much more reliant upon the technology than most people would ever appreciate. Supervisor Hoke was I'm so glad she mentioned other technologies beyond just making phone calls. The wearable technologies that detect when people fall and can't get up, the technologies that people are using for home monitoring, whether it's their insulin pump, their cardiac monitor, whatever the case may be. All of those things. We live in an interconnected society that relies upon a robust, resilient wireless network. It's a lifeline for us. Quite simply put, it is a lifeline for us. We talk about 911. We know that well over 80% of the 911 calls are made on a wireless device. We know that. We also know that nearly 80% of homes don't even have a wired phone anymore. More people are moving towards wireless as their sole means of communication. So the network doesn't just need to be reliable. We need to see it expanded. We need more coverage. The rural communities that rely upon a single tower, even if all three carriers are on that tower, simply not resilient enough for a community, because when disaster strikes, whether it's a fire, a flood, a mudslide, it's California. We get it all. No matter what the hazard happens to be, the system is going to be overwhelmed. And my ability as a first responder to communicate effectively with other first responders and with the community to get information and intel in real time is sometimes not even possible. It's not even existent. Several of the supervisors that we have on the call today live in communities where evacuation notices go out over wireless devices. And I'm not talking about iPods and WIA, that certainly is utilized, but they're using evacuation technology to give people better information in real time about whether or not they need to evacuate or shelter in place, giving them access to information about where the shelters are and which way they should go to get there, because depending on where the fire is, you may have to go a different direction than you ordinarily go. This is the kind of information that we're used to having, simply put. And when things are at their worst, when there's smoke in the air, we know there's an atmospheric river, we know that there's flooding, we know there's something going on. That is not the time to look for creative ways to get information. I heard Linnea mention that they default back to Facebook. I need to make a comment about that, because one of the things that I rely upon most as a first responder is being able to be the authoritative source for information. When there's smoke in the air, when there is a disaster impacting one of the communities that I serve, I need them to get the information that they need. Not rumors, not what they think they heard, not what they think they know, but information from me as the incident commander. If I need them to evacuate, I need to let them know they need to evacuate. If I need them to shelter in place or do a combination of both, I need them to get that information from me or my first in-company officer. That's where that information needs to come from. As great as it is to have Facebook as a fallback, it's simply not the authoritative source that I want. For me to be able to do that, for me to be able to access the technology, I need a robust wireless network on which to be able to do that. Part of the work that I do for Western is to work with our public safety agencies to advocate on their behalf to bring wireless technology to their communities, because so many small rural communities have no access to wireless technology for the community, yet alone for the first responders who are using that technology in real time for fire perimeter mapping, tracking resources, both human and equipment, sharing that information with other agencies. Earlier on, it was the Tubbs fire was mentioned. I was on that fire. We were evacuating people over the span of a week. The ability to communicate with that community was mission critical. And on the heels of the Tubbs fire, we had the Dixie and the Kincaid and it's pick whichever hazard you want to insert to demonstrate how critical this is. The reason I work with public safety agencies and I work with them to advocate for bringing wireless communications to their community is, one, we know that it's going to be difficult. I've tried to build fire stations before. Nobody wants to live next to a fire station. I get it. Nobody wants to have a cell tower put up in their neighborhood. I get it. This is mission critical infrastructure, and people simply need to understand that it is a lifeline, a critical lifeline for them to get, send, and get the critical information that they need when they need it most. Our rural communities oftentimes we have a lot of elderly. We have folks with access and functional needs. They need more time than anybody to be able to make a decision about how to evacuate and when to evacuate and where to evacuate. They need as much time as possible. So when the network is down, getting it back up and running is great. Having the network there that doesn't go down is better. And that's achieved through redundancy. So where we have no towers or single towers, we want to see the infrastructure put in place so that everybody has connectivity to this. I look at any community that I serve as my primary responsibility to make sure that they are safe. They're not customers. They're the community. And I've been a public servant my entire life, 40 years professionally, and even before that, long before I was ever even hired to do this kind of work. I've been doing it my entire life. My whole focus, my whole ethos is to make the communities that I serve safer and better. I lay awake at night thinking about the things that could go wrong and how I can prevent them from being in harm's way or worse. I do that through this to make sure that, one, they have the ability to get the information that they need when they need it. And their cell phone is going to be the primary way that they're going to do that. Not just through a phone call, not just calling 911, but getting mission critical information when the time really matters. We rely upon a robust wireless network for almost everything that we do from a public safety perspective. We used to talk about, every incident there's communications issues. We have communications issues. That's true, especially when we're talking about just land mobile radio communications, just back and forth radio communications. We rely so much more heavily today on technology for the information that we need and the information that we need to share with other providers. As an example, in California during fire season, we will move resources on a regular basis to support our rural communities who are already at a resource deficit or a higher risk for wildfire or atmospheric river or whatever the case may be. We will move resources into those communities to better serve them and be prepared for when the disaster strikes. And we've been doing that for some time. But when we do that, communication is mission critical. And simple land mobile radio communications are not sufficient to do the work that we do. They're not sufficient for us getting the information out to the community. And frankly, lives are at stake. And that's why we continue to do this work. It's why every single person that spoke as a community panelist echoed the exact same things. This is not a theoretical problem. This is a real problem. This is the real world that we are dealing with. I can't make decisions based upon a profit and loss statement. I just can't. I'm a fire chief. I make my decisions based on what makes my community safer. And I'm going to advocate for the technology that gives them that provides the means for them to get the information that they need. Whether it's cost effective or not, or it's profitable or not, look, that's not my thing. And I get it. I get that that's how our decisions are made. But I will aggressively continue to advocate for the infrastructure necessary to support the life safety of all of the communities that we collectively serve, that we live in, we recreate in, and that we're responsible for making sure that we're keeping them safe at night. Again, I appreciate what everybody else had to say. I'm not going to reiterate everything, but thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. We'll go to Commissioner Hunt. Commissioner, do you have any questions? You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to just thank everyone for taking the time to participate in today's workshop. I know that all of you are very, very busy, and taking the time to participate in this is taking away time from something else that I'm sure is equally as important. So really, just want to express my thanks for you in participating, and appreciate the comments that you've provided. And I guess just a fairly general question as far as if there's anything else you think any of the panelists think would be important for us to be thinking about or considering, particularly in these rural areas as we're looking at how to address service quality regulations for wireless providers, as we're seeing more and more individuals relying on their wireless phones as their primary telecommunications devices. Is there anything else that you think would be important, or anything if you've had a chance to look at some of the major highlights of what the service quality regulations are that we adopted for wireline and VoIP last fall that's particularly important, or any information you think would be particularly important, or data that we should be looking to collect as we're assessing whether and what service quality provisions should be applied to wireless providers? I know that was a lot, but just any other things that you think would be helpful for us to know.
Let's start with Supervisor Duggan, if you're still on.
Thank you for the question. I was trying to figure out what we didn't cover. I think one of the biggest challenges have been in our area is that there's really not been any improvements since the inception of wireless here in the Eastern Sierra. But one of the things that has actually gone downhill, as Supervisor Hoke had mentioned, is with the lack of POTS lines, the landlines there now, we're relying on technology that is just not provided in these particular areas. And the other thing is the consolidation of services between the large carriers. There's no longer representatives within these areas or access to these areas when service is needed. And I don't know about all of you, but when you live in a resort area, which is 24/7, but it also seems like every emergency disaster happens on a weekend or a holiday when we are at the max max operations. Is 24/7 here, but not for the providers. They are hours away. Mono County is known to be 5 hours from any type of civilization, unless you count Nevada, and we're only 3 hours from there. But nobody's available on the weekend, and they're not coming out. And those are the times when a lot of people need it most. And when when you have one hospital in the entire county, that it's great if you blow out your knee and you have an orthopedic surgeon, but if you have any other need there, you're being flown out of the county. And those particular needs to have those services provided, they're all everywhere there. You can't respond fast enough if all of your providers are in servicing the large urban areas. And to at least have some more regional coverage can help in areas on either side of the Sierra, because there's that mountain range that's between us that stops us all from doing anything immediately if you're not doing it by air. So the response time to get that going, and the repairs, or everything that we've heard when you're having exposed conduit and wires that have gone on for weeks and weeks, and nobody in an urban area thinks anybody knows that these things are happening if we don't absolutely bug people all the time to respond, because their monitors aren't telling them. And the only way that I know it's happening, because I'm not in it, is when a constituent after 4 days tells me that they haven't had any cell service in this area, and now that's the only thing that they have to rely on. And they're usually telling me through a neighbor's phone who did have a landline. So it's tough when you're in the unincorporated, service areas. Very tough. Thank you for the questions.
No, I appreciate that, and making sure there's access to address those things when it's needed. And then yes, go ahead, Supervisor Hoke.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one other thing, I think deferred maintenance, I think, is a huge portion too. They build these things and then they don't maintain them. I think that's huge. When we have an outage, a fire, snow, and things go down, it's generators. It's their ability to power back up after the power's gone out that we see a problem here, and that can be very challenging. We've had some very big snow events, nothing like they have in Mono, but we've had some that have done a lot of damage here, and especially in remote areas like North San Juan specifically. So those are really important, that if they're going to be able to serve us, we need their equipment up and running as quickly as possible, again, for emergencies. I don't want, I had some folks that had to hike out 5 miles to try and find service when they got snowed in because their generator was out, right? We try to be, we all have to be prepared. We live rural, we understand that, but we do need to have those services available. I think it's really important. So that would be another thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't know if any of the other panelists wanted to add anything.
The one thing that I would add, I would just sort of jump on to Supervisor Hoke's comment. I think oftentimes we look at access to wireless technology as a luxury, and it simply isn't. It is absolutely bare minimum. It is the requirement. It is not a luxury, and it disproportionately impacts our rural communities that have fewer subscribers, or not likely to have the kinds of services that they have in some of the bigger cities, and that they are most likely to be impacted by a significant natural disaster, regardless of type. That's just a function of the environment and geography, and the fact that they're starting off with a resource deficit to begin with. As a public safety professional, I worry about the quality of my equipment. I make sure that my equipment is going to work every single time. I need the same thing from my wireless network. That is not an optional piece of equipment for me. It is not a luxury to have it when it's available and I'll just figure out how to do it when I don't have it. It doesn't work like that. 10, 15 years ago, it might have been like, well, we don't have wireless. We'll just kind of do it the way it's not like that anymore. We have come to rely upon the technology and the tools that are available for early warning, early detection, the cameras that we have access to on the towers that give us early detection and the ability to stop these fires when they're small. All of that relies upon a robust wireless backhaul, and it's mission critical that we don't look at it as though it's this nice to have. It's not nice to have. It is a must have for our communities, for us to be able to keep them safe. By virtue of the fact that we live in a rural community, and it's less populated than the large urban centers, doesn't make it any less important. Doesn't make the people there any less important. And it's critical that we never lose sight of that we're taking care of all the residents of our state, and making sure that everybody has access to the services that we come to rely upon. That's it. Thank you.
No, thank you. I really appreciate the additional comment. And unless anyone else wants to add anything, I'll hand it back over to Victor or Judge Glagola if he has questions.
Judge Glagola, do you have any questions?
I have none. Thank you.
I have one question for Mr. Kemna. So is there any specific information from emergency response perspective that you think that first responders should be getting from the wireless providers?
Having information about wireless outages, I think, is great. I think at the end of the day, we probably know before they do, to be honest with you, whether or not we have a wireless outage or a wireless outage issue. I think for me, given the work that I do and the advocacy work that I do, what are their plans for serving my community? What are their plans for addressing the coverage gaps, the known coverage gaps, where the infrastructure doesn't exist? I love the high 90s reliability. I think that's fantastic. However, what are you going to do about the places that have zero coverage, no connectivity, no infrastructure. If the concern is, well, we can't get through zoning or the environmental thing, it's tough to put up a call me. The Western Fire Chiefs Association is absolutely ready to help you work with public safety agencies and local governments to represent these issues in these communities. Let us know what your plans are for expansion, and then listen to public safety, because we will tell you where we need the coverage, because we'll tell you where we're trying to serve the community. Western Fire Chiefs, 20 years ago, we were in Idaho, and one of the things that we identified as a group was we need industry to listen to us as public safety practitioners and hear what we're saying. We're not saying this as customers. We're not trying to use scare tactics. We're telling you the reality of the situation. We will absolutely help you make the decisions about where the coverage is necessary. We will help advocate on behalf of public safety agencies who are crying for the coverage. Coverage, not one particular provider, just coverage. We will help. We will help. We're here. We're in for the fight. So that's what I would want them to know.
Thank you. I think we've gone a little long, so we'll move on to the next panel. Rob, I think, yeah, so I'll defer to Rob, who will take up the next panel.
Thank you, Victor. We can move on to the next slide. Thank you. So, good afternoon. This is the last session, and I realize that everyone has invested a lot of time in being present today. I'm Rob Osborne. I'll be moderating this panel. We've heard from Cal OES about community isolation outages, and we've heard from industry and community panelists as well on that topic. Now we're going to delve a little deeper into what key performance indicators mobile providers use to measure service quality and how outages and KPIs affect local communities. But before we go into that, I want to first set the stage by distinguishing between uptime versus outages. Providers are pointing to uptime. I've heard that throughout today. And conversely, while tribes and counties and first responders are pointing to outages, they measure entirely different things. Uptime is a global measurement used to determine network availability as a whole rather than from a local user experience. If we look only at network uptime globally, we overlook the potentially lethal effects of local network outages on a community. From a public safety perspective, if even one subscriber is unable to call 911, it presents a public safety risk. And public safety risks caused by community isolation outages can coexist with reported uptimes, extremely high reported uptimes. It's possible to calculate an uptime, for instance, of 99.848% in terms of total available hours for a mobile provider while still experiencing as many as 2,000 community isolation outages, each lasting 10 hours long. So it's not just the number of outages, it's also the scope as well as the duration. The example I just gave, it comes down to how many of the company's subscribers are affected by the outage, for how long, and as a percentage of the company's total subscribers in California over a period of 365 days times 24 hours. So there are ways to calculate that. So this panel will begin with presentations from industry panelists, followed by a question and answer. And after that, we'll hear from advocacy groups, followed by time for questions and answers. So for the panelists, please limit your presentations to 10 minutes. And we'll begin with the industry panel session. We'll be focusing on first, outage metrics and key performance indicators. Second, tools or systems each company uses to monitor service quality in real time and what benchmarks they employ. The geographical granularity each company uses to measure their KPIs, including how they account for each community, including ESJ areas, tribal lands, and rural areas. And then finally, if the company's KPIs for a community, especially those in ESJ communities, tribal communities, and rural areas consistently fail to meet your company's standard or the industry standard, how would a corrective action plan enforcement mechanism improve service quality or the quality of service? So with that, we're going to start off with AT&T.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the opportunity to address this. So this session's a little different than what we talked about with Cal OES reports during the last session. It's not about what outage reports show, it's about how wireless service quality is actually measured and managed. And our core point is that wireless service quality is driven by real-time performance management, operational tools, and strong competitive incentives, not static regulatory frameworks. For AT&T, service quality is defined by customer experience and network performance in real time. We measure that performance using operational metrics such as call drop rate, access failures, and data throughput. In addition to these KPIs, AT&T monitors many other network performance measures and predictors of future performance, using them as operational inputs in real time rather than as quarterly after-the-fact compliance metrics. This is how we define success. Customers can connect, stay connected, and consistently receive high-quality service, and we manage towards that outcome continuously, not on those quarterly reporting cycles. And competition drives performance. It's important to recognize the role of the marketplace. Wireless is an extremely competitive environment. Carriers are constantly working to retain customers and attract new ones, and customers are free to switch providers based on their experiences. The wireless network customers use today is meaningfully better than it was 5 years ago, and I think we all know that intuitively. The reason is simple: competition, investment, and real-time network management are delivering better outcomes for customers. And that creates a continuous incentive to focus on what customers care about most: reliability, coverage, performance, and service. At AT&T, that translates directly into how we operate the network. We closely track customer impacting metrics and run the network to perform from the customer's perspective. The same competitive pressure shows up in independent third-party testing. Carriers all strive to perform well in that testing because those results are visible to customers and reflect the things that they value: speed, reliability, coverage, call quality, and overall experience, all these things that we've been talking about. And as I discussed in the last panel, Root Metrics is a great example of that. Also Open Signal, which provides information about network availability. It's not about outages, it's about can the customers connect. And those are showing that the wireless networks are strong due to this competition. This customer-first approach also means that we do not differentiate performance expectations based on geography or demographics. We do not apply one standard for rural versus urban communities, or disadvantaged versus more affluent areas. We expect the network to perform, and we demand the network perform to the same standards across all communities. At the same time, we recognize that there are physical conditions such as terrain, infrastructure availability, transport dependencies, and commercial power that can differ and affect how issues are resolved. But the expectation remains the same: reliable service for all customers, regardless of where they live. Wireless networks are managed using real-time tools, not static reporting cycles. These tools are not theoretical. They include AI-driven network models that simulate real-world conditions and continuously optimize performance. For example, we can use these systems to predict coverage gaps and capacity stress, and then take action in near real time, such as adjusting antenna configurations. And we heard about adjusting the tilt in real time, reallocating capacity, or staging temporary infrastructure ahead of major events or severe weather. We do all of these every day in our networks. And the result is a network that is increasingly adaptive, self-optimizing, and able to respond faster than any static regulatory framework could. Including these AI-enabled and automated capabilities can do things: automatic detection, alarm correlation and recovery, systems that prioritize restoration based on customer impact, coordinated workflows across network transport and power dependencies, and self-healing capabilities that can help reroute traffic, rebalance capacity, move it between spectrum, between all the different tools that are in our arsenal, and restore performance where the network has alternatives. These tools allow us to identify network stress, correlate those related alarms, and deal with transport, power systems, and operational issues often before the customer even knows there's a problem. And that's how performance improves in practice, through continuous monitoring, productive insight, automation, and rapid operational response, not through after the fact reporting. The Commission asks whether a corrective action plan framework could be applied to or should be applied to wireless KPIs. Our view is that a static cap style approach is not aligned with how wireless networks operate. That's especially important in light of the concerns we heard earlier today about spotty or unavailable wireless coverage. And I want to respectfully acknowledge that these concerns raised by these community panelists, those experiences matter, and we understand why communities want better coverage, more capacity, and more reliable connectivity. At the same time, I think it's important to distinguish between two different issues. Many of the issues we heard are fundamentally about coverage, not service quality, in the sense of how an existing wireless network is performing. Coverage gaps are generally addressed by building additional infrastructure, towers, small cells, transport, power, and related facilities required to support that coverage. The distinction matters because the service quality penalty framework does not in itself create new coverage or build new facilities. And if penalties are tied to areas where the practical solution is new infrastructure, and especially in these difficult to cover areas, then that could unintentionally discourage deployment in rural or harder to serve areas by increasing the regulatory risk of serving those communities. AT&T's RAN engineers regularly evaluate where additional facilities can improve coverage and capacity. And those deployments depend on factors beyond network engineering. They include suitable sites, permit, power, backhaul, environmental review, and local approval. In some cases, communities that understandably want better coverage may also have concerns about the infrastructure needed to provide it. And so if the shared goal is better coverage in rural and hard to serve areas, the most constructive path is to support and streamline infrastructure deployment, not to rely on penalties that do not solve the underlying coverage challenge. So performance issues are often driven by external factors, as I said before: transport, power, site access. Compliance-based framework does not address these drivers and risks diverting resources away from real-time performance. So for us, the takeaway of this session focused on KPIs is this: wireless service quality is delivered through real-time monitoring, strong competition, and consistent performance expectations across all communities. And importantly, these capabilities are not driven by compliance requirements. They're driven by competition and the need to continuously improve our performance. And because customers can choose and do choose based on performance and service, we're continuously focusing on delivering the experience they expect or better. And so to improve performance, AT&T starts by listening to customers. And the competitive results show that, listening to those customers, providing the services they need is the winning formula. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next, we'll move on to T-Mobile.
Good afternoon, and this is Craig Carey. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you guys and talk a little bit about our story here related to outage metrics and how we go about managing through those issues. So first of all, we look at network quality or service quality is not just a compliance issue for us, right? It's much more than that. It really comes down to, it's a central tenet of how we compete, how we grow, and how we win customers and retain customers in a very competitive marketplace. We've talked a little bit about this. We've heard this as kind of a key theme already today. So let me just jump in here in this slide and talk a little bit about this. So how do we measure quality? We've got a number of metrics. These are the 4 key metrics that we look at every day, but it starts with the around-the-clock monitoring, both by our teams, our NOC, and the technology that we employ to make sure that this happens. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, across every community we serve. And it's the key thing that we have to give us that complete picture of not just the network, but also the customer experience. So looking at the four that we've outlined here, network availability, this is the foundation, right? We've talked about this. It's really the foundation, and it's measuring, can customers access the network? Can their devices connect to the network? And if the answer is yes, that's great. That's that we've got them past first step, right? But this is the foundation piece, and then we've got a number of other metrics, the other three that really then start to measure. Excuse me. Once the customer's on the network and they're actively using the network, what's that experience look like? And so call drop rate managed or refers to a call that does get set up on the network and then drops inadvertently for a number of reasons. Call failure rate means the call could never actually be connected. It failed in the network somewhere. And then call setup time is when we do set that call up. How long did it take to set that call up? Every second counts, especially when you're talking about 911 calls, right? So very important metrics for us. And from our perspective, these drive a lot of decisions for us. They drive how we go about prioritizing the innovation and new technology and those types of things that we bring to bear to continue to evolve and improve our network. I think you've heard that all of us would argue that we have the best network. I think all three networks are outstanding, definitely better than what we've seen in years past, and we all continue to improve. And it's because we're all doing these same things. We're all looking out for the customer. We all want to keep our customers. We want to grow our customer base. And this is how we go about that from a network operations perspective. Go to the next slide. Our commitment to network excellence. So, why do we perform well on these metrics? I would argue it comes down to three realities of our business. First, every outage matters to us. We don't want to have outages. We try not to have outages, but when we do, every outage matters. It does not matter geography. If it's urban, rural, mountainous, coastal, inland, it really doesn't matter. That site's down. That means it's a site we're not delivering on our promise. And that drives that sense of urgency that isn't imposed from the outside. It's really an internally driven ethos of no customer left behind from an outage perspective. We have an internal program that we launched years ago, and it's from an operations perspective, it's zero downtime. And that's just kind of an overarching theme across everything we do from an operations perspective is everything we do, every time we touch the network, when we build new sites, is zero downtime. Make sure that we're driving zero downtime. Now, reality is that's never possible. We're never going to have zero downtime, and a lot of that goes to some of the reasons that the previous panelists have already talked about. Backhaul outages is the number one issue, followed closely by power and vandalism and those types of things. We're always going to have outages, but we want to strive to zero downtime. That is our ultimate goal. Second item here is it's a commercial necessity from our perspective to be fiercely competitive in this market space, and that means we have to deliver. Our network has to deliver, and there's pressure there. There's more pressure there from a competitive perspective to do that than anything else that we could have. So, regulation is not going to up ratchet the pressure that we already feel today to make sure that our customers are served the way we want them to be served and that we're promising them. The third item here is our growth strategy. Our growth strategy depends on serving everyone. We have been very explicit about our ambition to reach underserved communities, And that's not just a good corporate citizen. I mean, it is one of our business strategies. We don't grow by leaving communities behind. The point we'd make here is that this forces T-Mobile, that drive to perform, is there to continue to expand our network. And I love the comments that Fire Chief Gimna provided earlier, and I would love to take him up on his offer for help and continuing to expand our network footprint because it's tough. We're working very hard across some of these communities to do that, expand the footprint. There's a lot of challenges with that. So, Chief, would love to talk more with you about that at some point. Next slide, if we can. I want to talk just briefly about how do you attack outages. Our view on this is, first of all, how can we prevent the outage from happening to begin with? We've done a lot of work over the years at putting in technology that will help us analyze our hardware, software, and proactively tell us when it looks like something may go wrong. And then it gives us an opportunity to fix that before it becomes an outage. We're constantly updating our network as all the other carriers are as well, and bringing the technology to bear to help us do that has really been a game changer. 24/7 monitoring, every network element, every cell site, every piece of infrastructure, everything is monitored around the clock. Our network operations center is looking for this. We use AI to help correlate alarming and looking at every aspect of our network. And again, some of that is not just to be reactive, but again, to try to be as proactive as we can in identifying things that are heading the wrong direction and prevent them. Self-organizing network, we've talked a little bit about this, or you've heard a little bit about this already. I think Josh just touched on it as well. So this is automation in the network that when we do have an outage or we do have a degradation, the network is looking at itself and will self-heal to the extent it can by doing automatic tilt adjustments. So if a site goes down completely, if there's neighboring sites around it, they'll make micro adjustments to try to fill in that gap as best we can until we can get that site back on air. Obviously, that does not work as well in rural environments where we don't have the cell site density or that overlap, but in much of our network it does, and it prevents a significant amount of customer impact time. Network resilience, I'll spend a minute on this on the next slide as well, but just to touch on this here, resilience comes in a number of flavors, right? It's power hardening when we know we're in an area that potentially loses commercial power frequently, or PSPS events, or whatever the case may be. We want to have generators out where we can. We have batteries at all of our sites. We're upgrading battery infrastructure now to last longer than traditional lead acid batteries have in the past. So we're doing things to continue to evolve that technology to provide backup power. We're also looking at backup to backhaul, or that communications link from the cell site back into the core. You've heard talk about that already multiple times today as being the top issue for us in terms of outages. So we're looking at technology that we can bring to bear to help fill the gap when we do have backhaul outages, and I'll talk more about that in just a second. So if you want to go to the next slide here, this is really kind of my wrap-up slide to talk about the resilience piece. And you guys have probably seen a lot of this equipment out there over the course of the years, but we've got a large fleet. I would say the industry has a large fleet of assets like this that we deploy every single day. Somewhere, something's being deployed to help fill a gap or a coverage hole or whatever comes up as a result of outages. You have CALs, Colts, portable generators, satellite backup. The one thing I really wanted to call out here was kind of referring back to those backhaul outages that I discussed a minute ago, is we're starting to leverage Starlink as a backup for our fiber backhaul infrastructure to our cell sites. So on the far left-hand side, you can see a panel mounted to the top of a pole. That is a Starlink panel. That's a permanent installation. And we will leverage that. That will automatically switch over when we lose that fiber backhaul. We're targeting those on sites that have frequent backhaul outages. And then up in the top right-hand corner, you see that same Starlink panel, but it's in a deployable kit. So in those cases, I can take that kit out to a site. Maybe it's a rural site, mountaintop, somewhere that's a little more difficult to get to. We know that that backhaul outage is going to be there for more than a few hours before it gets resolved. We can deploy one of those to help fill that gap in the meantime. Now, it doesn't give you the same level of service as having that fiber backhaul there to begin with, but it's enough to provide all the customers that would normally connect to that site with the connectivity for 911 calls, all that emergency messaging that we've talked about, being able to make phone calls when they need to, and some data service as well. So really an important piece of the kit that we have in the resilience toolbox now, along with the cows, colts, generators, and the other assets that we have available to us. So,
Craig, could we wrap it up? We're running over time now.
Yep, I'm done now, so we can just go to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and sorry to interrupt you there. If we can move on to Verizon.
Hello, good afternoon. Hopefully folks can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. My name is Ramil Angeles, and I'm the Associate Vice President of the Wireless Network for Verizon. I am responsible for the overall design, build, and performance of the wireless network for Northern California. I have over 23 years of experience in the industry and have spent most of my career here in California. And while Verizon's overall performance is important to me, I'm especially passionate about how the California network supports our California customers. I'm honored to discuss the KPIs that Verizon uses to measure the quality of our network and network performance. My team owns the network customer experience, and Verizon has extremely high standards to ensure customers have the best experience possible, and I appreciate the opportunity. If you can move to the next slide, please. Yes, there you go. So you heard my peers talk about root metrics. So I want to kind of dive in a little bit deeper as far as what root metrics is. So root metrics is one of the key measurements that Verizon uses. It is an independent third-party company that measures and presents data on industry standards for voice services based on user experiences. So how do they do that? They perform drives throughout the year, twice actually, where they conduct test calls using devices from 3 different carriers, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Root metrics vary their drive and drive routes to make sure that they have a proper representation of the geography. And they measure these 3 metrics below that you see on your screen, and they have conducted 3 million test calls in the second half of 2025. Let me define these 3 measurements for you. Blocked calls mean that this ability to start a new call. So when you try to call someone and it doesn't connect, that is a blocked call. A call drop. So you've established a call, but you all of a sudden drop. That's called a drop call. And then the setup time is how long it takes to make the connection. So if you're dialing a number and how long it takes to make that connection, that is being measured. So these are 3 of the components that make up the root test results on the voice side of the measurement. If you could move to the next slide, please. So we talked about the improvement of the network by the industry, right? So this chart illustrates the overall root results for the entire California state from 2023 to 2025. This score is the aggregation of all the key metrics that I described on the previous slide. And the higher the score, the better the network performance. So Verizon is the red line, AT&T is the blue line, and T-Mobile is the magenta line. And as you can see here, like overall, Verizon continues to improve the network performance year over year. And the entire industry has been improving the network performance since 2024. So not only does Verizon, but the entire industry reflects an upward trajectory since 2024 to continue to drive that performance. And this is to kind of hone in into what my peers have mentioned about the competition of our industry. We all strive to be the best and to beat each other, and that is really driving all of these improvements in our network to improve the experience of our customers. Next slide, please. As mentioned before as well, the wireless industry is highly competitive, and carriers compete for customers in a highly saturated market. The carriers compete on multiple factors, including price, service offerings, coverage, and network experience and reliability. And that's where my team comes in on the network side. And one of the strengths of Verizon is the high quality of our network. And in our network organization, we set the highest standards of network quality KPIs that are listed here. These KPIs ensure that we provide the best experience for our customers. We monitor these KPIs 24/7. We monitor trends and act with a sense of urgency when we see variations to these KPIs. We address these via load balancing, tilts, as previously mentioned, and other tools to make those adjustments in real time. So let me define these measurements for you. Cell availability measures really whether our cell sites are up or down. So if there's an outage situation on the cell site, it affects the cell availability metric. The VoLTE, voice over LTE call drop rate, that measures the ability to sustain an active call, as I described earlier. The VoLTE call ineffective rate measures the ability to make a call. And then the last part here is the RTP gap duration average. What this is that when you are on an active call, it measures the quality of that call. So I'm not sure if you folks have experienced this in the past, where you're on a call and the sound's garbled or choppy or cutting out. That is what this thing measures. So we not only measure the ability to make that connection, we also measure the quality of the connection. Next slide, please. So how does the Verizon network team not only maintain, but improve the quality of our wireless voice services and those metrics I just described? So it was mentioned in one of the panels about the presence of local engineers in certain areas, and this is actually the strategy of Verizon. We value having the local presence of our engineers within the community and the residents that we serve. So we have a group of field engineers geographically located and responsible for the reliability of their respective cell sites. In addition to that, we have a group of performance engineers that are responsible for their respective geographies. So we have engineers, local engineers based in Mendocino County, in Humboldt County, in Lake County, in the city of Los Angeles, in Kern County, amongst others. We want to make sure that our folks are located in these areas, so when issues do occur, we can react and act with a sense of urgency, and we can resolve these issues right away. Additionally, we treat the network the same, and our proactive monitoring and responsiveness do not vary by market. We treat rural markets the same as we treat our urban markets. We apply the same KPIs regardless of topography. We proactively address any issues as they come up, and this is part of our core function day in and day out. And as I mentioned previously, the industry is highly competitive, so it is paramount for us to make sure that our customers are satisfied, they have the best experience possible. And our Verizon's performance and network investments are driven by the customer demand and competition. Usage patterns and technology evolution also happen constantly. So we have to, the continued focus on network optimization is paramount for us as well. So in summary, network quality and customer experience is the highest priority of the network team in Verizon. Our customers are our top priority, and we set the highest standards to ensure our customers can make a call and can sustain a call, especially when they need the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move over to questions. I have 2 questions. So the first is for all 3, and I've heard this said that the top reasons for outages at the cell sites were backhaul, power outages, and vandalism. In the case of power outages and backhaul, I know that we have rules for high fire threat districts 2 and 3. I think we've got the 72-hour power backup requirement. And then, I think all of the providers are reporting on the degree to which they have diverse backhaul, such as microwave. What is, I don't want to ask for your opinion, but I'm curious if you have seen those rules as being effective in any way. Let's start with AT&T.
I mean, I think that the AT&T has always had a robust backup power plan. I think that in California, especially, we experienced a lot of power outage, especially in 2019, due to PSPS events by the power companies. So we've had to build up that capability even more. So I would say that we've been reporting on the backup power that we have, but I think that it's always been an important part of our plan. The same as with diversity in our core network. It's always been a part of what we do.
Thank you. T-Mobile, Craig?
I would echo that. We have a national hardening plan in place that we're constantly working through, and specific to the high fire zones in California. As mentioned, we do provide our resilience plan every year, which includes all of that information. But we're constantly striving to improve that power hardened footprint with permanent solutions on site, and trying to do that in a way that makes the most sense for that particular geographic location. So, and bringing the right solutions to bear. So sometimes it's not always a diesel generator, but we're bringing something to that site to solve that problem.
Thank you. And Rommel?
Yeah, so in addition to what was mentioned, cell site hardening is a very important part of our strategy. Our cell sites have battery backups, and then whenever we can get a generator, we do provide it. And if the site doesn't have a generator, we have portable generators that are available to be dispatched and deployed as needed. On the fiber side of things, a lot of our cell sites are part of a ring type of infrastructure. So we have the diverse fiber presence to those sites. The challenge, and I want to add to one of the comments that were made before, in the past couple of years, we've experienced a significant amount of outages related to fiber cuts and vandalism. So even though we have diverse fiber routes, folks that are trying to get copper and make a mistake but there's no copper and break the fiber, we actually have diverse routes being vandalized. So that's causing a significant impact to our network, to our customers, and then we partner very closely with our fiber providers to restore these as quickly as possible. We do ask them to provide some additional strands as needed whenever they can to maximize the restoration. But I do believe that we do need some support on the vandalism front, because it is becoming a more prevalent issue in our industry.
Thank you. My next question is for Craig. And Craig, you mentioned Starlink, and I was curious, in a case where there's an outage on your network, and I know that there's this T-Satellite service that's available, is that a backup And how does that work for a voice call? A user needs to connect to Starlink, launch an app like WhatsApp, and then they're able to call another WhatsApp user? Is that how a voice call can be done?
That's correct, except you don't have to do anything on your phone to automatically or to connect to Starlink. It just automatically detects that you're out of coverage or you've lost coverage, and your phone is not detecting any other coverage from the T-Mobile network. Then it will connect to Starlink, provided you have that as part of your service plan, right? So. And then, yes, you're exactly right. It's just a matter of making that voice call through WhatsApp today. You can do any kind of messaging through Apple, Android messaging, normal native messaging on your phone works as well, and messaging via to 911 works through that service as well.
Do you know if WhatsApp connects to 911?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. I was just curious, and I appreciate, it's a WhatsApp question. I should ask them. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Judge Glagola.
I don't know that I have any questions right now. Commissioner Houck, do you have any?
I don't have any questions right now. I really appreciate the presentations. And then, as we get the report out, I'm sure we'll have some additional questions for folks to respond to and comments to the report. But I appreciate the information you're providing today.
All right. Victor, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we're going to move over to the advocacy panelists. And the questions we have are, first, what are the challenges with wireless service that the general public experience? And do these challenges differ based on geography, particularly among ESJ communities, tribal communities, and rural communities? Second, should the CPUC enforce key performance indicator driven standards and enforce them at a specific geographical level? How can the CPUC incorporate consideration for ESJ communities, tribal communities, and rural communities? And then finally, wireless service plays a crucial role in connecting 911 calls and transmitting emergency notifications. So if the KPIs in a community, especially those in ESJ areas, tribal lands, and rural areas, consistently fall below the industry standards, what enforcement mechanism can the CPUC implement to improve service quality? So we're going to begin with Cal Advocates. We have Josh Strago.
Thank you very much. So my name is Josh Strago. I'm a senior regulatory analyst at Cal Advocates. My background is extensive engineering experience in the communication space, as well as a Juris Doctor and Cal Bar member. Next slide, please. When it comes to metrics, and we're talking a lot about KPIs and metrics on how we're going to measure outages, one of the issues that we have is, what do these metrics actually mean? And I start with this question of, what does it mean to work 99% of the time? And this isn't a comment on network uptime, network availability time. It's merely just, what does it mean to work 99% of the time? A business can say that it's open 99% of the time, but 99% of the time can mean closed for 8 hours and 45 minutes a day, if that's 99.9. If we look at a 5 nines metric, which is the gold standard in service level agreements and service level measurements for network uptime that we see, that means that only 5 minutes out of the year would that network not function, or would that business be closed. So these metrics only really have a value once we determine what those baselines are, because saying that there is 99% statewide network uptime is an amazing statistic, and it's something that we should strive for. But if that 1% is perpetually in the same area, and that same area doesn't have service for 6 months out of the year, that area is only getting 50% network uptime. And so it's establishing that baseline as to what are we actually measuring from. That's what's most important. Next slide, please. And so what I present to you is the basis of this is our maps. What we have here are the three different types of coverage maps we often see. We have the FCC wireless broadband map on the left-hand side. We have a carrier map of coverage in the center. And what we have is a carrier map submitted with its permit documents for a proposed new cell site. Each of these is telling a very different story, but these are all showing you the same rough area in Santa Cruz County. The FCC wireless map, you'll see several purple dots. Each of those purple dots is a service location for broadband. The center, you're seeing a diversity of coverage between 5G+, 5G, 4G LTE. And on the right, you're seeing a wide variety of colors. And we'll get into those colors in just a second. So I will address the fact that in many instances when we're discussing about wireless coverage, the FCC map comes up because the FCC map, some people consider to be the gold standard. The problem here is that we are dealing with a proceeding that is addressing wireless voice coverage and the ability to place a call. And the FCC wireless broadband map just doesn't provide that kind of information. And so really the focus of this is going to be on the other two maps. Next slide, please. So taking a look at those two maps, because we're going to discount the idea of broadband and we're going to sort of discount, and with that, we should also consider that we want to discount some of the metrics that we might have heard about today that are focused on data coverage, that are focused on data access, the ability to access email, the ability to access video, the ability to access other services. Because the focus of this is on voice, we want to compare these two maps and see what we're seeing, because the map on the left is what the customer sees. This is what the customer gets when they log onto the website and they say, will I have coverage in my area? And they see, oh, I might have 5G, I might have 5G plus, sometimes I may have 4G, but that actually doesn't tell the customer anything. That's a generation of technology translation. What you're seeing on the right-hand side is an image taken from a submitted permit document where the red dot in the very center is where they proposed a new tower. This is then a propagation map based on voice transmission frequencies for that area. So this is specific to voice frequencies that the carrier has purchased and has the licensed access to through the FCC for those frequencies in that area. The green area you see closest around the tower is measured at greater than minus 90 dBm or decibel milliwatts. And what that's a measurement of is specifically the reference signal received power. So this is what the device is sensing. How much power from the tower is it actually getting? How much signal is it actually getting? And where it's green is going to be the strongest. In the documents that this was attached to, it specifically stated that this would be an area where a customer could expect to place a call inside their home from the ground floor. The yellow areas outside of that green area are showing you greater than minus 100 decibel milliwatts, and this translates to ability to place a call within the car. The blue area is greater than minus 113 decibel milliwatts, and that is an area where a customer would be able to place a phone call outside. Any area that is not covered by one of those three colors is without coverage. So I put to the commission, if that's the area of coverage for expected customers can expect once the tower is built, and I do want to classify, this tower has not been built yet. How does that compare to the map on the left where coverage seems to be expected? And why this is important is because we're talking about outages here. A customer that might be looking at the map on the left would expect coverage everywhere and might view any instance as an outage where they don't have coverage. But if they're looking at it from the right-hand side and they see the idea that they might actually have legitimate coverage or might be outside of coverage, it's not a reportable outage necessarily that's coming up. A customer that lives within a covered area on the right-hand map will expect to have coverage because they can see that there is a scientific measurement that has been displayed and been submitted to show that coverage will be expected. But if they're outside of those colored areas, the green, the yellow, the blue, they may not expect to have coverage, but on the left-hand map, they might expect to have coverage. And so they'd be thinking service was out. And it's almost to a point gaslighting the customer to say, well, you should have service here, but I don't have service here. And then it becomes a debate over where service is actually expected. And so measuring that outage really comes down to what is the actual scientific measurement from this tower and where they can expect to be able to place that voice call. Next slide, please. So we really believe at Cal Advocates that signal propagation maps are what establish that baseline. Number one, the carriers already have these maps. They talked about their network planning. They have to do these calculations in order to determine where to place a new tower in order to improve their coverage. They have to do it to ensure that there isn't interference between them. These maps can be frequency band specific. So rather than focusing on the data transmission frequencies, we can actually have the carriers submit maps that focus on voice transmission to ensure that that 911 call will be going through on the carrier network unless there was an outage that required it to go over a different carrier's network. Third, maps can be validated. These maps can be the data for these maps can be submitted to a third party. So if the commission wanted to have a third party review the information that was being submitted, it could send the location of the equipment, the height of the equipment, the azimuth, the tilt, all of the information, the power output, and it could regenerate these maps because this is all being done in industry standard software. And so with that software, we can duplicate these maps and validate that these networks are actually hitting where we expect them to hit. They show the reality on the ground. These are based in science, not marketing. This is physics. This is inverse square law. This is the ability to include propagation degradation for foliage, for the mountainous regions in California. So we can actually view what the expected reality on the ground is and have that then validated on site from people actually placing calls. This is also address level specificity. And while we can appreciate that there is the continuing evolution of cellular technology from 4G to 5G and soon 6G, that's not an expectation as to how the service should work. That's an expectation of a generation of technology. The service is still based on the same radio waves, and whether or not those radio waves hit the actual customer's device is the important part. And this creates that customer transparency. And that's what establishes this baseline. That's the challenge in these outages, is that when can a customer reasonably expect to have service and when can they not is really an unknown today. But by improving these maps, we can fix that. And then we can address whether or not there's a real outage that's an outage that hits Cal OES level problems and go from there. Next slide, please. Some of the metrics we do want to see included as a part of this proceeding, though, network coverage measured in decibel milliwatts. We really believe that this is the foundation of all of this, and we build from there. Network availability per cell site. What is the specific availability for that? And making that frequency specific. Cell site outage time. This is the community isolation outage idea of when is a specific cell site down and for how long. Cell site outage cause. Is it a power outage? Is it a backhaul breakage? Is it vandalism? We should be able to find this information out and have this reported to the commission because, and I want to be completely fair to the carriers here, for all of the vandalism that takes place, there's only so much that they can do when the cable is underground and in the middle of nowhere. And so it's not reasonable to expect them to fence in their entire infrastructure, but at least then we can be taking actions based on the actual outcomes and the causes of what's happening. Voice call failures per cell site. So how many times is a specific site dropping, or how many times is a call failure, unable to connect? How many times is it dropping per cell site? Is there this allows us to determine whether or not a specific site is having problems, or whether or not there's a specific element that's having problems. The carriers, as they mentioned, are dynamically monitoring their networks. They are dynamically adjusting their networks to account for issues that come up. This is information that they have to monitor in order to know that this is happening. And then just getting the rate for those would also be helpful to see if it is a high percentage, if it's a low percentage. It could very well be that there might be a bad batch of Samsung phones. And that wouldn't be the network outage problem. That would be a user device problem. So having this information lets us really make detections as to where where it becomes network problems that the commission can act upon. And additionally, network congestion. As has been mentioned several times throughout the day, urban areas are going to have a denser cellular coverage. They're going to have more towers, more access, and more adjustments. So if one specific location goes down, there's likely to still be coverage from nearby locations, but rural isn't going to have that same availability. They're going to have maybe a single tower. And so are the towers and are the sites being constructed and built to handle the type of congestion that that area needs? We heard this from Mr. Kenman earlier today regarding the emergency responders needing access to those towers and needing access to those facilities and ensuring that that proper coverage is there. That's going when there are emergencies, that congestion goes way up. Are there enough frequencies? Are there enough channels available at that cell site to manage those resources? Next slide,
Josh,
please.
can we wrap up?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So my final slide, specificity is key. Keeping away from statewide or even zip code level metrics, because these allow for a little bit too much leeway. We want to avoid averages or median performance because they can hide the real customer experience. Metrics are not telling the carriers where to perform or how to build the networks. We just want this transparent so consumers can see what real outages are and where a real expectation of service is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. Next, we have Paul Goodman from Center for Accessible Technology.
Thank you. Luckily, Mr. Sarago spoke about a lot of what I was going to speak about, so I think I can trim this down a little bit. But just to start with, I have not been in this field as long as some of the other speakers we've had today, but I have spent 15 years listening to the same provider claims and seeing no measurable solutions to the problems that have been talked about today. We have made no progress in areas that really need progress. I am glad providers mentioned OpenSignal because OpenSignal ranks the US 10th in the world for quality overall. And for excellent consistent service quality, we're ranked number 38. So yeah, the data is the data. And finally, I just feel compelled to say providers have lost the right to call themselves good corporate citizens. All three of the providers that spoke today in the past 15 months gave up, abandoned their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs meant to help diverse communities, so communities of color, folks with disabilities, veterans. They're not good corporate citizens. They're rent seekers. And I have my own moral judgment about rent seekers, but I think it's time to look past the pretense of, oh yes, we're looking out for customers, we're looking out for everyone. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, it's the one above that, the wireless service challenges. So I'll admit, when the previous proceeding closed, I was a little disappointed we didn't have wireless service quality rules included, but I actually think that may have been a benefit because now we're not talking about a host of different technologies. We're just talking about wireless, and consumers' expectations about wireless service are very different than thinking about like fixed residential service. We have been told by providers over and over again that you can use your wireless phone anywhere, and you can use it on the move, and it doesn't matter where your location is as long as you're inside the network. And so this is a little different than having a discussion about, well, does it work in the house? Can I use it in the house to call someone? The expectation is you can use it everywhere. And that's important because we've heard constant stories of people who say, I used to drive from Santa Cruz to Oakland and I'd have signal in Santa Cruz. I'd lose signal over Highway 17 and I have it again when I get back to the other side of the mountains. And if I had gotten in an accident in that patch, the coverage map says I should be able to call 911, but that was not the case. The other thing I think that's notable, if you look at the big three providers' wireless maps and you read the fine print, none of those maps guarantee that you can get service anywhere in any location on that map, indoors or outdoors. So we're in a very strange situation where we're told we can use these phones anywhere, but they won't guarantee it. Lastly, I want to mention that from the discussion today, it appears that providers really rely too heavily on response-based models. So if someone calls in and complains, they will take action. If someone calls in and asks for a credit, they'll give them a credit. If someone cuts fiber, they'll go out and do something about the cut fiber. They don't appear to be investing at all in any technology or any services that would anticipate those problems and make them better poised to deal with them. Next slide, please. So I appreciate that the providers helped make my point about KPIs today, because KPIs are company focused. I don't have to talk about these examples I provided here. They're actually from a Verizon article on Verizon's website explaining to small businesses how they can use KPIs to increase their profits. But what we heard providers say again and again about dropped calls, about bad call quality, etc., is that we have KPIs. What we didn't hear is these are our targets, and here's how often we meet. So KPIs by themselves don't tell us anything about service quality. They are a way to set a benchmark for service quality, and I think that's important. Also, potentially useful KPIs can be hard to measure. I'm not a network engineer, but from talking to some, my understanding is that it is really hard to evaluate dropped calls as a result of a phone going from one cell antenna to another. So you're traveling, your calls taking place using one antenna, you move out of range of that antenna, you switch to another one. It's hard to actually measure when those calls drop specifically. However, we all know when those calls drop. If I'm on the phone in this room, which is in the flatlands of Oakland, my call will drop if I move about 3 feet in that direction. And it's kind of funny. Often when I have a phone call with Ms. Costa from Turn, we are both standing very still in the position that lets our phone calls work. So some stuff's hard to measure, and a KPI is not going to tell us anything about that. I could get the next slide, please. Yes, C4AT supports Cal Advocate's recommendations. We also, I think this is related to sort of network load. We think it's important that we break out call volume per cell site during an outages or during a power outage, say. Often providers will turn on or power a few, but not all of the cell sites in the area, which can cause some congestion. So I think it's important for us to have a sense of what kind of congestion we see when they haven't brought up their entire network in an area. We'd also ask the commission to ask for mean time to repair, which is the total time they spent on repairs divided by the number of repair incidents. And I think one that's particularly important, especially as we've heard about these issues in, say, rural areas or the issues we see in urban and suburban areas that are lower income, we need to have equitable distribution of new or updated technology. And really, it's rather than reading this slide at, you'll say, basically, we need to know where the providers are updating their networks. And we also need to know for their existing equipment, how old that existing equipment is. That allows the commission or parties or stakeholders to look and point out, hey, you're prioritizing these communities over these communities. If I could have my next slide, please. As we talked about at length, averages cover up a multitude of sins. I cannot give an exact number for how granular the reporting is, but we know there's places where there are outages over and over and over. We've heard from a lot of folks, and granted, this is in the wireline context, that there are areas that when it rains, AT&T's network stops working. So we need some granularity that lets us determine where we see problems again and again and again. I'll go ahead and skip to the next slide because I know everyone probably wants to go take a nap. So finally, I used this slide in my last presentation. I won't repeat it again here. I think that corrective action plans are an potentially effective method to solve some of these service quality programs. To me, the challenge has always been that it's sort of been a back and forth between the commission and the provider, where the commission says, well, okay, you have to improve things in one of these 10 areas, and then the provider gets to pick the area. I think the commission has been much stricter about that recently, which I appreciate. I think it's very important that any corrective action plans are not sort of a, okay, you agree to build out fiber service to this many households, but you agreed to solve the problems in these areas. And I will end there. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Paul. Now we're going to move on to the Utility Reform Network, and we have Regina Costa.
Thank you, Rob. Regina Costa for TURN. First and foremost, just so we're not replowing old ground, TURN supports Cal Advocate's concern about the importance of call quality metrics and Mr. Goodman's observations on the limitations of KPI. If this is going to be effective and you're going to get a true picture of service quality issues, it's really important to take a deep dive and look at what is underlying the averages. Now, to another point, the proposed metrics for wireless outage reporting are all focused on community isolation outages, but that is not sufficient because poor service quality is not limited to a complete lack of service for a section of the community. And we use an example here from your public participation hearings in the prior service quality docket, where a customer located in Castro Valley, a very high seismic and fire threat area, described poor cellular service that affected, in his words, about 500 homes. I looked up that zip code. That is about out of 5,000 homes. Now, in no scenario would the poor service quality for those 500 households become a community isolation outage report. It just would not be reflected. But that is still a significant public safety issue. The fact that these people cannot get a reliable service puts them at risk, and it puts the first responders on the back foot when it comes to addressing their issues. These types of outages really should be reported somehow. Next slide, please. Now, as Mr. Goodman and Cal Advocates pointed out, it's really, really critical to dive beneath the averages. But then the question is, well, how do you validate the data? That was a comment from Mr. Schrager. You get all of this data through better maps, better analytical tools that are available to you, but then how do you validate it? And that is really the question. From the perspective of an ESJ community, from the perspective of a tribe, from the perspective of anybody in a disadvantaged community, you saw with the supervisor from Lake County had trouble even getting to you. And I know she has testified for this commission before and had difficulty even getting into the call or the webcast because the service is so bad in Lake County. So they are up against, different obstacles that other customers might be. There are also language barriers. And we think it is important and would be very useful if carriers were required to provide, all customers who contacted them with a problem, with a number, so they could reach the Commission's Consumer Affairs branch. Because again, based on what I said this morning, the ability to take whatever data you collect under GO 133 and cross-reference that with information that is reported to CAB from customers will give you more insight into what is going on where and whether different communities are affected in different ways. For example, in the transcripts from public participation hearings and comments submitted to the docket card in the prior docket, There are many examples of elderly customers and caregivers who could not navigate customer service. Another example, it would give you insight into customers in different regions. Excuse me, I don't know to what extent you are able to disaggregate or get a hold of the disaggregated data from Cal OES. I don't know that. You do. So to the extent that you are able to use that data to pinpoint issues from different geographies, that should be helpful. The next thing, and I apologize, this vanished from my slide deck somehow. I'm very sorry about this. On fines. You asked specifically the question about fines. We think there is confusion about the fine mechanism proposed for the outage reporting. It uses the term occurrence. We're not sure what that means. It could mean about 4 different things. And in the interest of time and my throat, we address those in detail at page 15 of our comments. It could mean that it refers to just one outage that occurs regardless of the length of time. And in our comments, we discussed an outage in East San Diego County and Julian, where they're apparently served exclusively by AT&T Wireless, where the service was out for 4 weeks. Is that a single occurrence? We don't think so, but it's not clear from the language. The second thing is that, does it mean each day that an outage persists, going over 4 weeks, or does it mean each customer? So we think that that needs to be clarified. And I think that wraps up all that I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Regina. So now we're going to the Q&A portion. I had 2 questions. The first is to Cal Advocates regarding network coverage. Could you explain a little more about how this would work? Is that just for, just looking at the coverage map you showed for the permitting, how would that, I'm unclear how that would work from a service quality and enforcement perspective.
So the methodology here is the carriers submit their maps and the data to the commission. The commission can use a third-party verification service to validate that that data is accurate. From there, the commission could either produce its own map, or the commission, using its public interest authority, could require that the maps for California be more transparent. This is already being done in England. This is being done in France. Ofcom, specifically in England, uses a 100 by 100 meter square to show the likely probability of being able to complete a 90-second phone call. And that's what they use as that grid. So rather than having it be specific to your signal strength is at a dBm level, they use the probability of being able to complete that 98% 90-second phone call. So that's one of the methods that's been done, and they Ofcom actually supplies their own maps and they produce them. And interestingly enough, it's actually turned on its head over there, where the carriers have started relying on the Ofcom maps and saying, hey, look, the regulator is saying we're the best carrier in your area, and they advertise using that methodology.
Thank you. So it's more of a data transparency than it is a, you need to have certain dBm for so many communities sort of thing.
In an effort to not necessarily try and regulate the carriers in terms of how they manage their network and how they build their network, yes, we're focused primarily on what is the data transparency, because then we can really realistically see when the outage occurs.
And so in cases where, let's say, there's not sufficient coverage to make a 90-second call, and this is using that Ofcom standard you were saying, if there is an outage or a drop call, the carrier wouldn't be responsible.
I wouldn't say that the carrier wouldn't be responsible. I would say that at least the customer would know that there isn't an expectation, and either could switch to a carrier that might be able to provide that expectation, or the customer is aware and isn't expecting to be able to place that call and could use another means, either potentially a wire line to the home via VoIP or via POTS if it's still available.
Got it. Thank you. The other question I had was on call drop rate. And I noticed with Verizon mentioned the root metrics. That data appears to be a statewide call drop rate, and I was curious what your thoughts are on the granularity, how that would be reported.
That would be dependent on the data available on their networks. And I can't speak specifically to all of the data that the networks have. I can say from past experience, knowing network logs, you can see when a device comes online or comes offline, and having that information available would be useful. So further investigation would be my recommendation to see what metrics could be produced in those instances.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Judge Glagola.
Thanks, Rob. I don't know that I have any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Houck.
I don't have any questions at this time, but I really appreciate the presentations and look forward to getting further feedback as we move through this part of the proceeding.
All right, I think this concludes this session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panelists for your presentations and for answering questions. We're going to move on to closing remarks.
So I just wanted to thank all of the panelists. This is a really important issue, as you're all aware. A lot of people took a lot of time out today to have these discussions. They're very important discussions. We're considering the information that we heard carefully. We'll be getting additional information out to folks and looking forward to moving forward with feedback and having a staff proposal issued. I, again, appreciate all the information that was provided. We know that communications are critical services to all of California, and appreciate all of the effort and time everyone's taken in providing the information today. So with that, I don't know if you have any additional comments, Judge Glagola, or want to provide any additional information.
No, I don't really think I do. I just thanks everyone. From the previous sessions and this last session definitely gave some interesting things to chew on too.
So thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of the afternoon. I think we're done. Is that correct? This was the last item. Looking at the agenda.
Yes, this is the last item.
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.